all time. The greatest wealth creator of all fucking time since Moses. I wonder who they're talking about. I've created billions, tens of billions, hundreds of millions, billions, tens of billions, and hundreds of billions. And there's no other swinging dick on the planet that can say that. The greatest of all time.
I like the loud sound of that. Thank you.
Good morning. And let's try that again, thinking about how much wealth has been created with QLA and hopefully for you. So, good morning. Good morning. Much better. Thank you. I'm Bruce Whipple. I'm honored to be the Master of Ceremonies. And literally, Dan changed my life and saved my life, but more on that a little bit later. Fasten your seatbelts. Put your tray tables up in the upright and locked positions because it's going to be one hell of a ride today. For that, I'm sure. First, the rules of engagement. No audio, no video, no cameras, no pictures, no handshakes. And ended up getting a bug for the last the Hard Core. But there are exits on either side here. And if you need anything, you'll see staff with white badges. And you can go and approach them for anything you need. Okay, a good introduction is a short introduction. You've been waiting. I went to the gym this morning, and at 5:45, the line was already there, and I heard that people were lined up for a little after 2 o'clock this morning. So there are some motivated people. As you'll see, Dan's kind enough to say I look the same. No, I don't look the same. But that's about circa 1993, one of the first seminars, and the same in California back in 1993 as well. I'm just curious, how many people in this room weren't even alive in 1993? Maybe a show of hands. Wow. So half the people probably, something like that. Okay. Several things you probably already know about Dan. You probably know how he, in the back bedroom of a house, took $820, leased fax machine, and grew that into a business worth $425 million. And most people, when they talk about $425 million, they talk about the revenue. That's not how Dan talks about it. It's either what he sold a company for or a company that was on the public stock exchange and listed. So a big difference. You know about the $1 trillion worth of wealth that's been created since 1993. Long time, but $1 trillion is a lot of money as well. And since most of Dan's material is now free, I think that number is significantly more than that. There are people Dan hears from, never been to the castle, never been to a seminar, certainly. And thanks to Brian Rose, Dan's social media presence has really grown. I was struck by just looking at the age of the group and how it's changed over that period of time. So, what don't you know about Dan? In 1993, when I first met Dan, he said he was going to dominate the personal development business. That's what we called it back then. And he looked around and he said, the people that are the gurus never build a business other than selling books, tapes, called them tapes back then, cassette tapes, and putting asses on seminar seats, hadn't built a business. And Dan had done that. And guess what? 27 years later, he has dominated it, and you're proof of that sitting here today. You know, why did it work so well? And I think that was the reason, that he had a track record already. And people, I know when I first saw him at that Jay Abraham seminar, I looked, and when Dan got up to speak, and I don't remember why Jay asked him to speak, but he spoke for quite a while. And I looked and said, been there, done that, and then try to get in touch with Dan. He made that tough through all the doofus tests that you have probably all heard about, but eventually I did get in touch with him. Okay, so now how did he save my life? They certainly changed my life. But one night in Sarasota, when I had way too much wine to drink, and decided trying to push as much dark chocolate into my mouth as humanly possible, I ended up choking. Dan fortunately knew the Heimlich maneuver, dislodged the chocolate, and I'm here as a result of it. So thank you, Dan. You may not know the traits Dan learned from his father. Discipline, focus, intensity, and I would add integrity to that. And anyone that's worked with Dan certainly has seen those in spades. And I think that that's the bedrock of his success. Dan learned those lessons well. I would give you some advice to guard your integrity well. It's something that oftentimes you just don't see. And in this business, you will trade on your word, so guard that extremely well. This is Dan's first seminar since the late 90s like this, so it's been a long time. So count yourself lucky to be here. I think you are. My advice on that would be listen, learn, and take massive action, and you'll hear that over and over. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you would, stand up. Put your hands together and give a loud QLA welcome to Mr. Dan Pena, my friend and mentor.
Thank you.
Dan, the stage is yours.
It's remarkable that at my age, I'm a 25-year overnight success. I wrote a book over 20 years ago that nobody read. I updated it 5 or 6 years later, and nobody read it. I updated it again 5 or 6 years later, some people read it. And now, if you believe Amazon, they're selling my book with a signature, which I don't believe is mine even, for, thousands of dollars. So, but thank you very much for coming. And, of course, you paid to be here. And unlike most seminars, I see most of you are dressed up. And there'll be no fucking firewalk here, just so you understand that. And we're not going to jump up and energize ourselves anytime during the seminar. If you have to energize yourself, you should leave. If you need motivation, you shouldn't have come either. Everybody in this room knows who I am, or they were drugged by a parent, a wife, a husband, or somebody else to participate in today's venue, or at this venue. I have not given a seminar away from the castle this century. 20 years ago, almost to the day, I gave a seminar at Heathrow Airport. There were 500 people, and I signed about 350 books. And after about 50, 60, 70 books, my hand cramped up. And there was a guy in the line in a respirator with an iron lung kind of thing. And so he got closer and closer and closer, and I asked the people, why is he here? Why isn't he in the hospital? And nobody had an answer. And he got closer and closer, and he got to where about the young girl with the cameras in. And I said, what the fuck am I going to say in his book? Because after about 40 or 50, I was trying to make an original. Well, after 40 or 50, I realized I couldn't think quick enough to say something original for the other 300 people that were in line. So he finally came up, and he's there, and he whispers in my ear, I can't even see it without crying, I want to read your book before I die. You've had an opportunity to read that book. Everything on my site's fucking free. 10 years ago, I decided to give everything free when I discovered torrent. I didn't know what that meant. My crack staff, and I say crack because it could be crap. My crack staff told me, all our stuff is on the line free, Mr. Pena. Say that again, I didn't hear you. Right. Fucking free. I said, well, We're going to be able to do away with customer service because we're not going to sell anything ever again, and we're going to give everything I have written or I will ever write free. Now, to the best of my knowledge, I'm the only person that does that. Maybe there's somebody in Bolivia or Ethiopia or something, but other than myself, because I want to take the last excuse you have for not crossing the goal line. 6, 7, 8 years passed, you meatheads still couldn't cross the fucking goal line. What can I do now? We came out with QLA for Dummies. For those of you that have seen it on my site, I think, well, now we're never going to get called again because everybody's going to be able to figure it out. Boy, was I fucking wrong. We got more calls. I read it, but where do I start? You start 1, 2, 3, 4, right? It wasn't that easy. It wasn't that easy. This seminar was planned 7, 8 months ago. Last year, I gave a lot of seminars, seeing what the demand was, if there was what they call inelastic demand. And I could give seminars every week, and we could fill them up at the castle. So that wasn't the answer. And last year, it's only a few days ago, it seemed almost like work. And I said I was only going to do this as long as I was having fun. So I don't want to have another year like last year. I'm going to make a big announcement at the end of the seminar, but I don't think anybody's going to be leaving early anyway. I'm wearing my $1 trillion man suit for the first time. $1 trillion man. I didn't know when I gave my first seminar in May 1993, which Bruce Whipple attended. Seems 500 years ago, it was only 26 and a half years ago, that I'd still be doing this. I thought quite candidly I would have hung it up a long time ago because I thought that somebody else, because there's other guys that know how to do what I do, but they're not teaching. They consider you all competition. Why would I tell my competition how to do it with no money, somebody else's money, for free? They wouldn't. There's at least 100 guys I know that know as much as I do, but not one of them is teaching. I didn't think that I'd still be here because I thought one of those guys was going to start teaching. Every 4 or 5 years I tell Sally, oh, we're going to have competition and I can just hang it up. Well, 26 and a half years later, there is no competition. There's still nobody, yet I can name off the top of my head 25 people that know how to buy things with none of your own money, as well, if not better than I do. So I'm afraid to say, or maybe I'm happy to say, that there's no competition. And so I'm here today just to see if we could fill this room up, and we have. Although we had, as of 20 minutes ago, we have people canceling. Chargebacks. Well, I hope you're not in the audience if you charge back, but maybe you slip through our cracked security. The first part of this talk is going to be dogma, stuff that you already all know. The second part of the seminar is going to be the 7 steps, which you probably all know, with a case study. Not just one case study, but 2 case studies. One case study, how you're supposed to do it, and the second case study, how you do it. Even though I hand the fucking stuff to you on a platter, you still can't get it right. I.e., I call you meatheads. I have a picture of Forrest Gump in the seminar room. 80 IQ, supposedly. I have a mentee on the Hall of Fame, 80 IQ, who's done a 400 million pound transaction. I have another mentee, 180 IQ, who's done a 40 million pound transaction. A spread of 100 IQ. Yet the guy that has done the 400 million pound transaction has an 80 IQ. This is not a system that you have to have an IQ above 80. We have some well-educated people in the audience. We have some people that have no education. I'm here to tell you that people with no education have a better chance of fulfilling your dream with QLA than the people with a high education or have been taught by a high standard. This is a heat map Where you're from today, the people sitting in the audience. Where you're from. And, but we had 10 or 15 people in the last 48 hours that said they couldn't get a visa. Now, did they know sooner than 48 hours ago they couldn't get a fucking visa? Of course they did. Well, that's why they're poor. Because they're meatheads. As you well know, I've created millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions, billions, tens of billions, and hundreds of billions. And we've crossed over the $1 trillion mark. Thank you. And some of the men and women that helped me get over that $1 trillion mark are sitting in the audience. We have a man that turned $20,000 into just short of 70 million in less than a year in the audience. We have a man who did 30 million pounds in deals last year. When I call last year, even though it's only a few days ago. We have many, many people in the audience that have used QLA successfully. Now, later on this afternoon, towards the end, we're going to bring up some Hall of Famers, all of which have higher than an 80 IQ. Unfortunately, they're closer to the 180 IQ, but they still got up on the Hall of Fame. Now, every 75 years, I'm told something special in the world happens. This happens to be Halley's Comet. I'll be 75 in a few months. I don't feel 75. I don't believe, other than when the makeup lady was putting makeup on me, and it took her a long time, I didn't think I looked 75, but she put enough makeup on me I could cut it off with a fucking spoon. But every 75 years or so, something special in the world happens. Now, I've been told, and even though I'm made fun using this as an analogy, I was born a few days after the first and second bomb was dropped on the Japanese in World War II. Hiroshima and Nagasaki. For those of you that have seen the movie Godzilla, they drop a bomb, Godzilla, a little teeny frog, turns into a big monster, right? Well, there are theorists that say that the world was changed when they dropped those bombs. And it was. We're all energy. And lo and behold, I was born in a military hospital in Jacksonville, Florida. Now, I've been called a Neanderthal. I've been called a caveman. I do have an extra 13th rib that Neanderthals had. My dad had a 13th rib. Now, we don't know what his dad had because he didn't know his dad. His dad died before he was born. So I am a Neanderthal. I am a last of a living breed. It's hard for me to believe that there's this many snowflakes that will get up this early. I'm told that you were lined up as early as 2:30 this morning. And the reason we don't have a VIP, we don't have a gold, platinum, or any of that other horse shit the other guys have, is because if you want to sit in the fucking front, well, you get here early. It's quite simple. In life, the early bird gets the fucking worm. QLA teaches you the squeaky wheel gets the fucking grease. And most of you have been pleasers all their life. Now, I'm not going to ask the question, as I normally do at schools, how many of you would want your children to grow up like you? Because I know the answer. How many of you would want your children to grow up like your parents? I know the answer. I know the answer. I've had the privilege to speak at Oxford, more recently the University of Pennsylvania, and many other fine universities all around the world. And if you would have told me back in May 1993, when Bruce Whipple came to my first seminar, that I'd be speaking at such illustrious universities, I would have said, you're crazy. I certainly couldn't get into any of these schools. I wasn't rejected by any of these schools because I didn't bother applying, because I knew the answer. And remember, I went to a school you got to explain about. Although Cambridge now has my book in their library. That's the closest I'm going to get to one of those schools, the fact that they have my book in their library. Now, I'd like to know where they got a copy of that book, though. I don't think Cambridge spent thousands like on Amazon, and they're not showing my signature at Cambridge, so I assume it's I didn't sign it. But success leaves clues, kids. Success leaves clues, and as you all know, or should know, I call you all kids because I'm either old enough to be your father or grandfather. And I see a couple of old farts in the audience, so I might not be able to be old enough to be their father. But I'm sure smart enough to be not their father, because as this generation has been raised on condoms because of sexually transmitted diseases. My generation wouldn't know a condom if it looked me in the face, although at the seminar, one morning I walk in and there's a little shiny thing on the floor, square about that big. I walk around it like this and everybody starts roaring, and it was a condom, and so I just kind of kicked it to the side. But success leaves clues. I should have known in 1971 when I had my first roles, when I was 26 and a half years old, that I was different. I still remember the car payment. I paid $279 a month for that car, 1971, after a $3,500 down payment, which was a lot of fucking money to me then. A lot of money. Lo and behold, I still drive Rolls Royces. The operative word there is used to drive Rolls Royces, because I don't drive, I haven't driven in 25 years. But my wife, my lovely wife, Sally, continues to buy me cars that I don't drive. And part of my 71st birthday gift, or gifts, is a new Flying Spur Bentley that we went down to the factory to see being made. And from here, in 2 weeks from now, we'll be going down to the Rolls dealer in southern England to see the Rolls being built for my 75th birthday, which I'll never drive. And I need cars like I need AIDS. We have 4 or 5 cars, expensive cars, none of which I drive because I have a driver and have had a driver for a long, long time. Now, success leaves clues. This is the war room of one of my more successful mentees. The slides are up on the walls. You can't really tell from that picture, but there's a treadmill underneath. Most of the high-performance kids that I train now stand in front of a TV on a treadmill. The operative speed is 4 kilometers an hour, I'm told, and you can still type. Success leaves clues. You may not like Trump, but we have the best numbers in America in my lifetime. Unemployment at a low, payroll gain at a high. When Mr. Trump, full disclosure, I knew him in a previous life, haven't talked to him in 25 years, when he sneezes, everybody catches a cold. Finance in this country, finance in the EU, finance in South America, finance around the world has changed because of President Trump. I just wish he wouldn't fucking text so much, or whatever that thing is he does when he sticks his foot in his mouth. But he has changed the world. One of the questions I'm going to ask you later on is how many of you have participated in the greatest transformation of wealth in the history of this fucking planet? Few of you, if any. There's 2 kinds of pain: pain that hurts and pain that alters. Some of you will be hurt from what I say. Most of you, if you pay attention closely, will alter your life and never be the same. Belief in oneself is contagious. When I gave the seminar in May 1993, I didn't realize that self-esteem was a rare commodity. I didn't know that. I had no fucking idea. I was clueless. But your parents didn't do you any favors. They did the opposite of doing you a favor. They hurt you. Because the men that were my dad's buddies, World War II vets, Korean War vets, all had one thing in common. They had big balls that translated almost always into high self-esteem, self-confidence, etc. What happened? We've been here about a little short of 14 billion years, 2 million, the planet's been here, excuse me. We've been here about 2 million years, 100,000 generations, 200,000 years. We all have caveman DNA in us, not just because I have a 13th rib. Back in the old days, those days I'm talking about, if somebody walked by and you wanted it, you clubbed them in the head and took it. When a hot girl walks in the room, guys, how long does it take you to figure this out? A half a second? A thousandth of a second? A millionth of a second? Gals, when a good-looking guy walks in the room, how long does it take you to figure it out? A half a second? A millionth of a second? What's happened to us? You should be able to look at transactions as fast as I do. Takes me 3 to 5 seconds before I say next, or let's take a deeper dive. 3 to 5 seconds. Closer to 3. Does cash flow cover motherfucking debt service how many times? That's it. Yet some of you in this room have spent not minutes, not hours, not days, not weeks, but months looking at transactions. Months. And the reason why you take months is because you don't want to make a decision, because you might be wrong. Because you've been wrong with most of the stuff that you've ever tried in your life. You have no benchmark to guide by. Go back, we fucked everything up. I could have said that in 1993. I should have said it in 1993, but I didn't know how bad off we were. Now, there's Bruce Whipple and I, 1994, at a seminar. My hair's white, he looks the same, which kind of pisses me off, but anyway, that's a whole other story. And there we are at another seminar, and there are, in that room, 1994, a one-day seminar. I used to give this seminar in one day. Start at 8, go to 8, Q&A from 8 till midnight, or whoever had the last question. In that room, there are 5 other Hall of Famers and 1 Hall of Shamer that attended that seminar 1994. So 5 people of that seminar have created massive generational wealth, and 1 created massive generational wealth and went to jail. Him aside, we've got 5 Hall of Famers in addition to Bruce. So people that attended the seminar back in the 90s, when men were men, and they used to have to walk like this because the sacks were so big, where are you going to be 25 years from now? Now, in the audience, we have a gentleman that broke my long-standing record of getting a transaction done. 73 days from the time that he left the seminar to the time he closed his first deal. He's Brit. He talks kind of funny. He's old. He's 62 years old. You're going to hear him a little later. He was kind, and he's in the audience. I'm not going to point him out. I don't want you to mob him. He gave me a nice testimonial, which we filmed. There he is. Now, who looks older? Say the right thing here. But I'm not quite old enough to be his father, but I am old enough to be his older brother, for sure. And I'm very proud that he broke that record. Soon thereafter, he also broke the old record, but not as good as the old man did. He did it in 81 days. He's a Canadian. Why have I reduced or distinguished or extinguished the mentor program? Because we found after a lot of studies that there was no direct correlation to making money and me mentoring you for a year, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2 months. There's no difference. The only difference is the individual. The only difference is the individual. In i.e., the last seminar that I gave, I believe we were down to 2 months mentor program. Enough to see what a weekly report looked like, and enough to at least have 1 Zoom call, which is a call where we all get together from that group. But both of these gentlemen I just described came out smoking. They came out with a vengeance. 1 Brit, 1 Canadian. Arguably, difference in age by almost 30 years, but they both did this. They came out fucking smoking. There was no reserve. They didn't have the emergency brake on or any of the classic metaphors I use. They came out smoking. If I had put QLA for Dummies 25 years ago, hopefully I wouldn't be giving a seminar today, because the results would have been overwhelming. But based on QLA for Dummies so far, having seen that most of you can't even do it unless I hold your hand and walk you across the goal line, it's because it's you. It's not the system. The system works. We know it works. No question about it. This is an example of a criminal lawyer, He's the lawyer to the mob, Gotti, John Gotti, etc. His wife said I was a cult leader, psychopath, and yet on his last birthday a couple months ago, my wife, seeing the power and success of QLA, surprised me with this birthday cake of me and Mr. Pena on my birthday this week. Same girl who emailed Dan 2 years ago telling him I was out of control and a beast. She didn't just email, she called. We get calls from wives, let my husband go. You cult leader, let him go. Success leaves clues, and the opposite leaves clues. Now, 8 out of 10 workers cry each week at work. 8 out of 10. That's fucking pathetic. It's worse than pathetic. And I can tell by the looks on your face, I can tell who the criers are from way up here. You think it's funny, it's not fucking funny. Success leaves clues. The young man, the 2 gentlemen, the 62-year-old and the 34-year-old both had one thing, focus. Follow one course until success. There's a gentleman in the audience who broke another one of my records. This one, 30 years standing. I did 22 deals about 30 years ago in a year. The young man in the audience did 23 last year. He's one of the Hall of Famers you're going to be seeing later on today. What have you been doing? What did you do last year? Dead silence. Good things come to those who go out and fucking earn it. We're going to talk about our children and how successful they are compared to other millennials later on. Only one difference. Sally and I are their parents, and we hold the little shits accountable. I carry 3 cell phones. None of them are turned on. I set up 3 toll-free cell phones, 1 in Asia, 1 in Europe, and 1 in America, so the kids could call me in an emergency. In 17 years that I've had the 3 phones, I've got 0 fucking calls. 0. Because the kids all know that what they consider an emergency and what I consider emergency are 2 different things. Our children have to phone one of my assistants for an appointment to talk to me. Our children have to send an agenda. What do I want to talk to Dad about? A fucking agenda. They're organized. And they've never called either one of those 3 cell numbers. Now watch, I'm going to go back to the room and the fucking thing's going to be ringing off. But here, as I stand here today with my hand on my heart, or where my heart's supposed to be. A lot of people say I don't have a heart. But where my heart's supposed to be, they have never called me. They never called me. Now, Sally and I have had a great run. There's no question about that. In my regalia. And that is not my daughter, that's my wife. Just you smart asses. And we've been to places that you can't describe. The North and South Pole. Married on both poles, so hence we're bipolar, according to me. My wife doesn't like that. We've been to Kathmandu, Nepal. And I must say, and Sally will attest to, for about 10 or 12 days after us being in Nepal, I felt different. Namaste. I felt different. I really did. I'm not sure what it was. I think it was because lack of oxygen because we were in the mountains. But it wore off. So I'm way back to where I used to be. You know, when we went there, I was expecting like Shangri-La. And by God, it's pretty close to being Shangri-La. It's a terrific place. And I spoke at one of the major universities there. And I was happy to go there. And I didn't climb Everest. I have artificial knees, artificial hip, etc. But when you have money, we flew by helicopter above Station 1, about 18,900 feet. And because I didn't want to depend on my artificial knees climbing up. So when you have money, you just fly up. But I must admit, when we got out of the helicopter, I hung on to Sally a little because I felt wobbly. Something's not right. And it was oxygen deprivation. At least I didn't have a hangover. But it is a special place. QLA gives you the choice to die financially, standing like a man or a woman, or continue and die on your financial knees, living quiet lives of desperation as your parents did. %50 of all people will run out of money before they run out of time. 50% of this room, potentially, not this room because you're going to make changes after the seminar, one-day seminar, but 50% of the people you know will be flat fucking broke before they die. That's not how we were taught, is it? For more than 25 years, I've been the Leonidas of financial coaching. I've been called worse, but this is probably more apropos. Where measurable expectations are demanded. The difference between QLA and all the other programs. I'm not going to ask how many 12-steppers we have in the audience. 12-step, Alcoholics Anonymous, Drug Anonymous, blah, blah. And you go to the meeting, my name's Dan, I'm an alcoholic, and I got blah, blah. Then you come back to the meeting 3 days later, 3 months later, 3 hours later. Hi, my name's Dan Pena. And you bow your head, I slipped. I've got 4 hours sobriety. And they all come up and hug him. Well, this isn't a huggy, jelly roll type of program. If you slip, get the fuck out. Don't waste my time. Get the fuck out. Don't waste my time. Because I'm truly the only guy that gets up on the podium. I got nothing to sell. It's all free. The only thing that's not free is my time. I can get money back, but I can't get time back. Most of you in this audience, notwithstanding you're here, have wasted nearly your entire fucking lives. One of the reasons it's hard to swallow QLA is you have to admit first, you have wasted your whole motherfucking life. Better you roll down your fat mama's leg. I don't believe everybody should have the right to be born. We wouldn't be having problems with climate change, not enough food, blah, 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 if we had about 2 billion people, would we? So those other 5.5 billion were made out of lust, not because the procreation out of lust. Go home and ask your fathers, was I on purpose or an accident? I'm willing to put up £1 million to 1 pound. At least half of you are a fucking accident. You look like accident just looking at you, but that's another thing, what you look like. Ask if you're an accident or on purpose. I know what they're going to say. And the universal answer from Dad, that means you're an accident. Don't ask Mom. Moms deserve better than that, so don't beat up on your mom. We only have one mom. But my mom was a witch. Hence, I'm a warlock. I can see the future. And the future for some of you in this audience looks terrible, even after attending here. Today I'm not going to teach you, but lead you, based on my own 50 years experience of coaching and mentoring, kids to be more than they ever dreamt they could be, super high performance in anything they do. QLA is a way of life. At my 70th birthday 4.5 years ago, my wife, our 3 children, my kid brother, were all asked the same question 10, 20 times. Is Dan really like this? I'm not sure what that means. Is Dan really like this? But that's the question they were asked. And our daughter came up to us and said, Daddy, are these people stupid? Yes, honey. Yes, honey. Is that why you call them meatheads? Yes, honey. You got it now. When I wake up in the morning, I'm like this. When I go to bed at night, I'm like this. Whether I'm drinking water or alcohol, I'm like this. QLA is my life. I don't have to think about it. I just react. To be all you can be in everything you do is QLA. You pissed a lot of people off. What did you say? I told them the fucking truth. The human being can't take too much of the truth. Now, for those of you that are overweight in the audience, quite a few, and those of you that are gals that are overweight in the audience, probably none, but let's just bear with me, ladies, for this example. It's not considered to be politically correct to tell a lady she's got a fat ass, is it? whether she got a fat ass or not, right? It's not as bad to tell a guy you're overweight. In 1962, my cousin, who's a few months older than I am, a guy at Lincoln High School, East Los Angeles, told him, Ronnie, your girlfriend has an ass like 2 pigs in a gunny sack walking over. My cousin stabbed the guy 17 times. This is the difference. By the grace of Allah, he didn't die. But Ronnie clearly was trying to kill him. You don't stab somebody, asshole, 17 times because you're just trying to send a message. Now, on my success test and super success test, there are 2 questions. The question that's my favorite is, what would you do if somebody spit in your wife's face or your mom's face? I forget which it is. 98% of you failed that test. And the most often used answer is, I would try to ascertain what the state of mind was of the guy that spit in my mother's face. Now, what the fuck does that have to do with anything? You're going to ascertain what state of mind he was. I would pick up a brick, a board, a pipe, and I would beat him to death. There's some things worth fucking dying for, and that's one of them. Yet 98.4% of the people that take that goddamn test, I'm ashamed to say, well, I try to figure out if what you're really saying is whether he had a bad day or not. Now, my cousin who stabbed the guy in 1962 17 times, and now we're going to ascertain if he had a bad day because he spit in my mother's face. Are you fucking kidding me? That's pathetic, as my Irish partners would say. Fucking pathetic. What has happened to us? This seminar is not about being in the first, second, or third, or fourth standard deviation from the mean. There's only about 750,000 people, 750,000 out of the 7.5 billion, that can do QLA. Not intellectually, emotionally. You can't do it. That's why there's no competition out there. If all of you go out and started doing QLA earnestly, starting tonight, and let's just say you're all from UK, you're not. All UK, you wouldn't bump into each other. There's no competition. About a third of you are from America, and the other 2/3 are from the other places that showed on that heat map. But we're training you to be in the top 0.00001%. Out of 7.5 billion, that's 750,000 people. That means there's about 1,000 in here. It's 749,000 and you. Success leaves clues. I wanted to be in a social economic milieu that was different than East LA. For those of you that are familiar with East LA, you know why. But for a kid to try to kill his teacher in grade school, I've come a long way. I've come a long way. But so can you. I dreamt of this, and I wound up living here. Close enough for government work. Close enough for government work. Some of you have been there. It's a special place. Not like Shangri-La, but it's a special place. And success leaves clues. I've been the creator of hundreds of billions for a long time. We only started counting it 6, 7, 8 years ago, because one of the gurus out there, personal development gurus, started saying that he had created 11 or 12 or 13 billion in revenue. And one of my crack staff brought it to me and said, that's not like we do. We create equity, generational wealth. And so we started looking it up, and the first time we looked it up, it was 34 billion. And then more recently, it was 775 billion. And more recently, we crossed over a trillion. The pundits, men like Bruce Whipple, I mean this in a positive way, not negative pundits, and Brian QLA Rose, who's in the audience, tell me that I've touched, 2, 3, 4, 5 million people. Well, just through Brian Rose and Dan Locke, I've touched 4 or 5 million, because I've been on London Real, I think 200 million times I've been viewed, according to their count. So we've been the $1 trillion man a long, long time. And thanks to you, some of you that have done transactions, but I don't know all the transactions you've done. We're going to show some stats later on after lunch of a person I have not seen since 1996, who's come back in my life. They did a documentary, or they're doing a documentary about me in QLA, and in their research they found this person that I have not talked to, seen, or heard of since 1996. They're billionaires, husband and wife. I'm sure that I won't say there's thousands of them out there, but there's certainly hundreds of them are out there. And I help them to achieve their dreams. And then, of course, now the $1 trillion man, I'm wearing my, I didn't know these suits were so fucking expensive to have McGregor, the MMA guy, when his says fuck you on it, I think. And then when I got my first two $50 billion man suits, and I asked my wife how much they cost, and she said, you don't want to know. And so I didn't ask about this one, because I don't want to know. You're right, I don't want to know. Now, strange times are these in which we live when old and young are taught falsehoods in school. Sound familiar? And the person that dares to tell the truth is called at once a lunatic and a fool. Well, I've been called a lot worse than lunatic and a fool, believe me, a lot worse. But Plato was saying that back in the day. And I've been saying there's no work-life balance. Jack Welch says it a lot better than I did, or you. There's no such thing as work-life balance. There are work-life choices, and you make them, and they have consequences. The high-performance people that I have the privilege of coaching, mentoring, teaching, know exactly how many hours a day they worked every fucking day last year. If you kept track of every minute of the day, you couldn't get through the day without throwing up, because you accomplished nothing. The high-performance kids that I have the privilege, and I say it's a privilege, of coaching and mentoring, know I worked, for example, one of the Hall of Famers you're going to see up here, he worked 11.7 hours, 365 days last year. Average, 11.7 hours. And the Germans have it down to the 10th. We're lucky they didn't wake up Hitler when we invaded Normandy. Or we'd be speaking German right now. We're fucking lucky that he was a psycho. I'm a psychopath too. But they wake me up. You know, they woke me up this morning. But if they had if they had allowed Hitler to get up, or they told him about the invasion, he had 70 or 80 panzer divisions that would have stopped us at Normandy, and that would have turned the war. So sometimes being a psychopath works for you. It has worked for me. Now, all of us can relate to one of these things stopping you. You got dreams. There's pessimists. There's just natural rejection. There's haters. Society in general. Friends. Relatives. Fear, which is false expectations appearing real. Guilt. Doubt. Your boss. No wonder you don't achieve your goals. No wonder you don't achieve your goals. But we all can relate to that. Now, I cannot relate to any of those. The only two things on that slide that I can relate to is dreams and goals. I cannot relate. I've never allowed anybody's thoughts or words to stop me. When I was growing up, my father told me, sticks and stones can break your bones, but words can never hurt you. It's just the fucking opposite now. Now we have kids committing suicide because of Facebook. I don't get that. And I blame the parents. The parents shouldn't be allowed to sue Facebook. They fucked up, not Facebook. Why? What could enter a teenager's mind that he wants to kill himself just because some asshole says something not nice about him on Facebook? Where are we? We're fucked. Success leaves clues. Remember that you're being told, play it safe. You've changed. You should be happy with what you have. I never heard any of those things, except the you've changed. But I've been this way so long, they don't tell me I've changed. From when I was a kid I certainly have. And I'm certainly not like any of my cousins. Now, heretofore, you have learned nothing but shit. That's dinosaur shit. Everybody in this audience that has attended, and you've all attended somebody's something, or listened to a podcast, haven't learned a fucking thing. Kids are not programmed for success. This audience is a result of that. This kid wasn't programmed for success other than he wore a Superman thing. These two young ladies were programmed for success. The Williams sisters. Their father was a tyrant. He beat them. He screamed at them. He humiliated them. Success leaves clues. Tiger Woods, when he was 3 years old, on television. I met his father. He humiliated him. I saw him hit Tiger at a golf tournament for coming in second. For coming in second by one stroke. Are you getting the message? And then when he won the last Masters, his 15th, I think, pro or major championship. Josh Kim, my teenage, he doesn't like me calling him a teenager, former teenage multimillionaire phenom. 17, 18, 19, we know what all you guys were doing. You were jacking off. Teenage phenom multimillionaire. What the fuck were you doing? You miserable pieces of, ought to pull back the fucking dinosaur shit. Now there, to me, he looks about 13, 14 years old. And that's his best effort to look old. In a t-shirt, I have seen him in a t-shirt and jeans. He looks like he's in grade school. Plus, he has no facial hair. He's Asian. He's half Korean. But boy, did they program him for success. He's homeschooled. His dad is a West Point, just recently retired senior Army officer. His mother is a child psychologist. He's got 9 brothers and sisters. Sally and I have been to the home. It's like no home that you've ever been to. Everybody is perfect. And I'm not exaggerating. The 17-year-old teaches the 15 and 14-year-old. The 13-year-old teaches all the way down the line. And when we had dinner with him about a year ago in Washington, D.C., Sally and I drove back by ourselves, and the father and the mother and their 7-month-old little baby, who she was breastfeeding at the goddamn restaurant, I said, you know, we can't relate to you, your family. There's nothing about your family that I can relate to or my wife. Nothing. Other than focus, strict rules, etc. What high-performance training did your parents do for you? Well, not much, right? I.e., you're here. Now, many of you know I'm first-generation Mexican whose mom and grandma swam across the Rio Grande River in 1924 illegally. And I'm for the wall. Just so I'm going to make that clear. I've created 50 billion, you know all that. First generation. To the best of my knowledge, I've created more wealth than all the first-generation Mexicans in the history of the United States of America. I've created more wealth, first-generation Mexicans, of the entire race on the planet. I'm getting no awards for it that I know of. But this is what my parents did. Oh, first of all, this is me standing in front of my grandmother's house in East LA. I don't know if I look innocent or not, but the house was a piece of shit. I think her house was 500 or 600 square feet. Our house was 600 or 700 square feet. That's not much of a house. That's a garage and a half. is what that is. But my parents, these are the bars they set or wouldn't allow me to go beyond. I took dancing lessons in grammar school, ballroom dancing lessons. Arthur Murray, $10 a month. I took free golf lessons at the park. Nobody played golf. Nobody did ballroom dancing in East LA. I can fucking assure you. I took free tennis lessons at the park, Wilson Park. Nobody played tennis, golf, and ballroom dance in East LA. They allowed me to believe in the Easter Bunny, etc., the Tooth Fairy, way beyond the years I should have. I have a couple older cousins who are still around, say that I believed in Santa Claus until I was 12, 13 years old. Now, that's an exaggeration, but not much of one. They didn't allow Spanish in the home. Spanish was their primary language. They would not speak Spanish in the house because they didn't want me to grow up speaking English with a Mexican accent. My mother, by serendipity, Allah's will, got a hold of a copy of Dr. Benjamin Spock's book in 1946 about raising children, which is the Bible on raising kids. And last time I checked it, it sold something in excess of 55 million copies worldwide. And last but not least, they only allowed me to listen to classical music. Now, how do you compare to any of those? For those of you that speak English with a whatever accent, and you don't think you were discriminated against? Abso-fucking-lutely you were. Did your parents give a shit? Obviously not, because you speak with a fucking accent. Our grandson, future legend. When he's 10 years old, it's just going to say legend. We're programming him like a fucking robot. I'm not interested in his fucking opinion. I couldn't give a shit less. I know what the fuck that kid's going to do. Choice is bad. Look at you. Worthless pieces of shit. Free choice is worse. Hitler was killing the wrong people in World War II. All the smart Jews, all the smart rich, what the fuck was he thinking? He could have killed a lot of other people. It's not by accident our children went to one of these schools. These are the universities most attended by CEOs. Stanford, Penn State, Harvard, University of California, MIT. You hear that, Brian? Brian QLA Rose is in the audience, an MIT grad. Stanford, Harvard, INSEAD, Northwestern, Wharton School. It's not by accident our kids went to those schools. It's not by accident our two millennials are middle six-figure high earners. We didn't give them any fucking choices. Choice is bad. Look what choice has done for you. We were brought in innocent to this life. Then life happens. Most info given ref success is wrong unless you were lucky enough to have high-performing parents. Most of you didn't. And even if you had high-performing parents, they obviously didn't give a shit about you because look at you now. Because they gave you choices. God knows why. Because they want to be liked and loved by you. I don't suffer from that. I told my kids decades ago, when you respect me 20 years after I'm gone, I will consider I did a good job. Respect, not love, not liked. Most people in this room were raised by pleasers. And what did they produce? Pleasers. You're forged by what you have seen and done. My dad, well, we're going to get to that. I'm getting ahead of myself. In your entire lives, what have you experienced? Weak, lackluster parents, no high-performance role model, low bar expectations, little or no accountability, little or no responsibility, leading to little or no accomplishments, leading to our snowflake society. And by snowflake, I mean melt under pressure. And when I say cunt, I mean coward. I remember growing up, my dad was a cop after World War II. He made $142 a month. He had to work 2 extra jobs to put food on the table. When he retired from 28 years at the LAPD, he had over 700 statutory days off he didn't take. And in those days, he got a check. So he got a check for about $45,000. I never saw my dad take a day off. Never. I just started collecting Social Security a few years ago. You can collect in America at 55, 60, 65. And I just started collecting at, I was just about 70. And all my financial records from the time I had my first job, August the 10th, 1961, I was 16. And I worked as a box boy, where you take groceries and you just put them in a bag for the people in supermarkets. And it said from August the 10th to August 31, I worked every day. And at that time, I was making about $1.05 an hour. And you can tell that I was working 10, 12, 14, this is the summer school's not in. I'm working 10, 12, 14 hours a day. I'm 16 years old. I would take anybody's shift. You want to go, you're sick, you want to go take your kid to the ball game, whatever, I take the shift. Because I saw my dad work every shift. We have people in this room that have planned their careers on days off. We have people in this room that have, and what do you think your kids think when they see you planning your future on how many days, how many statutory days, or how many days you call in sick and you're not sick? What do you think your little shithead kid thinks? There's probably hardly anybody in this room that for every day they were sick, I mean, they called in sick, they were really sick. You want to stretch the weekend. You want to make a 3 or 4 or 5 day weekend, so you call in sick. I never saw that. At the last hardcore seminar, I was sick. I'm still a little, I'm not in my head. I'm sick there all the time. But I mean, I had congestion. And a couple of people noticed it. If I was British, well, I'm going to have a lay-in. Is that how you said? When you're going to sleep in? Britain ruled 2/3 of the goddamn world at one time with something called gunboat diplomacy. What the fuck happened to you? What? I remember the first day I made $2,000. 1971, equivalent to $12,000 now. I remember crystal clear. I went on about 3 or 4 suits. I remember the first day I made $10,000 in a day. 1974. I bought a new car with that. Today's dollars, $54,000. I remember the first day I made 100 million fucking pounds in one day. Equivalent to 271 million pounds and $350 million in one goddamn day. Do you understand that? You don't know anybody that even remotely came close to that. And I was not satisfied. I have 3 regrets in life. 3. 1, I'm a combat-trained fucking army officer who never saw fucking combat. 2, I told my mother the day before she died, Mom, you're not sick. She quit being a bitch. She's dead the next morning. And 3, I didn't set my goals high enough. Well, if I didn't set my fucking goals high enough, where the fuck are you? 350 million, large ones. There's my picture. 35 years ago, I took 20 million bucks out of the city, the financial district here in Britain. Do I look happy? You fucking ain't right, I was happy. I didn't know whether to shit or go blind. I was so fucking happy. I remember the hangover the next day. God almighty. I'm surprised I ever got over that hangover. But I have a new way of getting over hangovers now. My lovely wife bought me a hyperbaric chamber. It looks like a spaceship. Hyperbaric chamber. For those of you, most of you can't afford it, but it costs a lot of money. but they're great for hangovers. I don't know about anything else, and jet lag, which I don't suffer from because jet lag is for cunts. It is one thing to study war and another to live a warrior's life. Almost everybody in this room has read more about business, personal development, supposedly creating wealth than I have. I've read nothing. So if you read one book, you read one blog, you've done more than I have. And look at you. How's your program worked out? They used to ask I keep wanting to get to my father. I'll get to him in a minute. And the reason why I want to keep, because I'm him with a little refinement. Just think of that. I'm him with a little refinement. Because my dad killed people. Legally. Fuck, can't even get any better than that. God damn. I missed the fucking boat on that. Because you're desperate to fit in. My father was not desperate to fit in. And I'm certainly not desperate to fit in. And although I have a lot of security here, I bring my own security. And at the University of Toronto, they were really nice, top 25 world school. And they called up my crack staff, and they said, we're worried about Mr. Pena's security. I said, okay. So I brought a cricket bat. So I'm about an hour into the talk at the University of Toronto, and somehow it came up, and so a kid sitting right about where you are, what was it for? Now, you can't make this bullshit up. What was it for? And the audience wasn't laughing. Are you shitting me, kid? And nobody laughed again. And I said, because I'm going to take your head off right about at the chin. And the first 3 or 4 guys are dead. And that'll keep the other 400 behind you. The kids don't even know why. I have a lot of security in the room, but just in case they get to, I was teasing some of the guys, just in case they get to them, guys, you can take a nap, take a break, have a smoke. None of these guys are going to rush me. And yes, I would. And yes, I have. Hit people with bricks, pipes. There's people in this audience that have never been yelled at growing up. There's people in this audience that have never been spanked. There's people in this audience that have never really been reprimanded. There's people in this audience that have not been in a schoolyard fight, you know, with little kids fight. That's inconceivable to me. I don't understand how you can get through life and nobody ever, slapped you. How's your program worked out? My dad used to be teased by his older brother and sister, aren't you being too rough on Danny? That's what they used to call me. And he used to say, I can't say it like he did it. Look at his older sister and say, well, how's your program working out with your crack whore daughter? Then he turned to his brother and saying, how's your program working out with your convicted felon and San Quentin heroin addict? And I'm asking you, how has your fucking program worked out to date? It hasn't, has it? Oh, well, why would you, some of you were lined up 2, 3 o'clock this morning. I'm not surprised. Because people come to me for 1 or 2 reasons. Desperation or inspiration. There's not an inspired motherfucker in this room. All I see is desperation. Now this kid doesn't know that's dangerous. He's programming another way. He doesn't know. I didn't know when I'm 13 years old wrestling with lions. I didn't know that was dangerous. Although my mother's off camera, she was hysterical. Off camera screaming and yelling for my father, Manny, get the cat off his back. Now I'm happy as Larry. And as an adult, I'm happy as Larry. You can see Sally in the background. They're walking a little behind me. Yes, these big cats do hurt people. All the fucking time. But never even entered my mind. And there we are with the silverback gorillas. This is not a photo shot. I'm right in Charlie's face. And again, it's very expensive, but if you're going to do anything, go visit them. They're a treasure. And I was a little more distant when we were trekking with the lions. because a hyena or something had stolen 2 or 3 of their cubs about 3 hours before that. And so they were looking for the cubs. But Sally and I do this kind of stuff all the time. One of the things I tell people is to learn how to be comfortable being uncomfortable, to get out of your comfort zone. I still doing this. This year, Sally and I are going to jump out of a jet plane. A jet fucking plane going Mach 2. Yeah, you can, Sally, don't believe that you can be hurt. Where's Sally? Don't believe that you're going to be hurt, honey. That's just a rumor. You can't get hurt jumping out of a plane. Yes, I discovered the stratosphere in Vegas. Jump 855 feet. And this is Photoshop. The lower right-hand corner of me landing on my feet is a lie. I landed head first, but we decided for eternity that was going to be my landing, not me burying my head and shoulder into the fucking ground. Then I have knocked unconscious. So that is Photoshop, the right-hand corner. I didn't land on my feet. I didn't land like this. In my dreams, I still land like that, but in reality, I'm not that coordinated. Once you become fearless, life becomes limitless. I can say with my hand on where my heart's supposed to be, I'm not afraid of anything. Nothing. Been run over by a 3,000-pound charging buffalo, you name it. Because my dad wasn't afraid of anything. As opposed to you being afraid of everything. You are afraid of everything because your father and or mother and your family are afraid. And how has that program worked out? Success leaves clues. For every 7 or 8 people, there's one that has leadership potential. Not that you're a leader. And man's greatest burden is unfulfilled potential. So 1 in 7 or 8 has a potential to be a leader. True leaders are hard to find. Command of your life allows few intimacies. It's lonely at the top. And the reason why you don't exhibit more leadership is because you want to have friends. I don't have any. I have 4 or 5 acquaintances. Friends are problems. You can't say families without saying lies. In my ethnicity, the familia is everything, except to me. Not one family member except my kid brother and my dad and stepmother have ever been to the castle in 35 plus years. I don't ask them, and they don't ask me. I have relatives that have been to Scotland that haven't been by to see me. Why? Because they know they're not wanted. Because poorness rubs off. Poorness rubs off. Now, you don't need me, Edward, can I have some water, please? You don't need me to tell you that the world's fucked up every place they're rioting. Not every place, but a lot of places, right? When I was a teenager, I don't remember, other than the beginning of the Vietnam War, I can't remember any of this stuff. But now look at it. The world's a pretty fucked up place. Princeton grad found guilty of murdering his father because he cut his allowance. $1,000 a week allowance. Are you kidding me? You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up. And you can't make this shit up. Yes. Thank you, Edward. Yes, Edward is my butler, thank you. And he's not for sale or rent or lease. Sally and I don't live like you. Even considering she comes from a caravan. She was raised in a caravan, and I was raised in a 660-square foot house in East LA, my formative years. But we appreciate wealth. We've been rich and we've been poor. We'd rather be dead than poor again. Dead. In fact, we consider you mostly poor. So we would just put guns in our mouths and on 3, honey, pull the trigger. Boom! Then live like you. I drove by a college today and yelled boo. This is actually yesterday. 35 people went to the hospital. 734 needed crisis counseling. 429 needed a safe area or room. Classes were canceled for a week. 2 years ago, I spoke at Krakow University in Poland. Great group. And we were in the physics building on the third floor. I forget why we were there. And you could hear a pin drop. And I asked our minder, our interpreter, why is it so quiet here? This is not the library. Oh, this is a safe floor. I looked at her and I go, this is a PhD, blah, blah, blah. What do you mean safe floor? What does that mean? And she pulled out a card about this big. This is a safe card. And if people are getting in your face, you pull out your safe card. Or you can go to the safe floor. I said, are you shitting me? Is this a fucking joke? Is this a lot of jokes about Poles, right? Polacks in the hip. No. Are you fucking serious? A motherfucking safe floor. And I'm unhappy to tell you, the academies have safe floors. The Air Force Academy. And you can pull out a card when a senior's getting on your case. You got to stand down and let him. You can't yell at him anymore. We're lucky the fucking Russians don't invade us. They eat us for lunch. Not even lunch. By the way, there's only 2 places on the planet where they get QLA instantly. Russia, Ukraine. They get it instantly. Because they don't give a fuck what you think about them. You can't hurt their feelings. Safe for my ass. Unbelievable. If your adult child needs a safe space to avoid offensive words, you failed as a parent. If anything in my seminar offends you, blame your parents for raising a pussy. Now, self-esteem is built the first 7, arguably 8 years of life. If you read anything about the Spartans, they used to take the kids away from the parents at 7 or 8. Self-esteem is built the first 7 or 8 years of life. The Catholic Church used to say, they don't say it anymore, because it's not PC, you give us your child the first 7 or 8 years and we will own his soul forever. The Catholic Church has got its hand so far up my ass, it's like the Pope's talking. I never saw any sexual abuse, but I sure as shit saw physical abuse on me. And when Sally and I support several Catholic organizations, and we had a sister superior come from Rome a few years ago, and we're talking, and she had 3 or 4 surrogates, young nuns, and she was about maybe 5, maybe 10 years older than I am. And I'm explaining how I used to get beat as a kid. Oh. And the young nuns said, no, those are all rumors. Rumors? I still can't put my hands out because I think I'm going to get hit with a stick from the nuns. And so then I finally got the Sister Superior to admit, she says, we've learned a lot from that experience, and everything we did wasn't right. Is that another way, sister, saying that the kids got beat? Yes, I'm afraid so. You fucking ain't right, we got beat. And I know the Catholic Church has done a bunch of other bad stuff, but I mean, the physical abuse from my father and from the nuns made me the man I am today. They held me accountable. When my dad would come back into town, he heard that the nuns beat me, then he'd beat me again. Didn't even know half the time what he was beating me for. But if the nuns beat me or the priest beat me, then you did something wrong. And I deserved every beating I ever got. I deserved 100 times more beatings. I was a sneaky little shit. From trying to kill my teacher in grade school to trying to burn down the high school just before high school graduation. I looked for trouble. Some people say I was rebelling against my overpowering father. Whatever the fuck. I don't know why I did it, but I know I did it. So in 6 months, unless the kid's got a soiled nappy, shit in his pants, right? He's happy. Kids are happy. At 3 years old, they're still happy. 7 years old, this is about the end of the happiness. Now, how do you go from that to you? From that to you. You don't want to know. Because it's your parents. My dad's generation, current generation, from GI to pajama boy. That's insulting. I normally say at this juncture, but in this audience there may be a few people that I would have to use a cricket bat on, but in most audiences, university audiences, I can take 10 of the students at a time and kick their ass. 10 at a time. Somebody asked me recently, did you really bite a guy's nose off in a fight? I said, how do you know that? The fight's just almost over when you bite a guy's nose off. Now, to look at you, no, I'm not Attila the Hun, I'm not Genghis Khan, I'm not Adolf Hitler. But yes, I have bitten a man's nose off. You fuck with me, you're going to die. Or one of us is going to die. I may be able to take 25 in this group. I'm going to retract what I said about 10 in the university students. Men back in the days, men today. What happened? What the fuck happened? Now, if you put your left hand up like this, and your fingers look like A, your mother gave you testosterone. You get your testosterone from your mom, by the way. Bald head, and my mom gave me a bald head, but gave me testosterone. That's a quick benchmark. No, not gals, no. Some of the gals have more testosterone than the guys, but that's a whole other story. That's a whole other story. I'm not, but, and when you're like C, you should go to a doctor. Now, normal testosterone for a 28 to 32-year-old man, from 26 years old, a man is peaked out, and then it's downhill till by the time you're my age, you're supposed to have no testosterone, which isn't right. I mean, it isn't true. But normal is between 3 and 400 on the low end, and 6 and 800 on the high end. That's what your testosterone level should be. Mine has been as high as 2,500, and more recently, 1,800. And there's a guy online who, attacks, I guess you'd call him a hater, and he says, because I blinked my eyes when I was saying that, I must be lying. I have stigmatism. The back of my fucking eyeballs are flat. I've been blinking since I'm 3 or 4 years old. But his medical analysis was, because when I said that I was blinking, I must be a lie. Well, I can prove it in court with paperwork. 1,800. Let's forget the 2,500. Maybe that was an anomaly. I still pole vault to the bathroom in the morning. At 74 years old. Boom, boom. On a good day, 3 jumps. On a bad day, meaning it's a little flaccid, 5 jumps. At 74. Most people in this room, a stiff drink and a good fuck would kill you. And guys, if you don't think you can fuck all night between your ears, guess what? You're not going to fuck all night. This is one of my mentees, Parisian. We have mentees that are so ashamed of being a snowflake. This isn't Photoshop, this is for real. So ashamed of being a snowflake. There's clubs, not just in Paris. I don't even know about the Parisian one because he lives in Paris. They go monthly to beat each other with sticks. To beat the weakness out of them, the pussiness, the snowflakiness. What's the world? Holy shit. Now, I didn't have to do that. I just step out in the schoolyard and I'd be in a fight. Not every day. That'd be an exaggeration. But every week for sure. Where I come from, most of you kids wouldn't have got past 15 years old. You wouldn't, you wouldn't have got past 15. If love got the job done, most parents would have produced high performance. It doesn't. If love and religion got the job done, this room would be empty. And where is love and religion most prevalent? Poor countries. Because that's all they've got. The family and some form of God or higher power, whatever you want to call it. 2/3 of the world suffers from that and hasn't done much good, has it? 87%, according to Gallup, of the world is unhappy. I'm looking for the 13% that are happy. That's bullshit. Life expands and contracts with courage through pain. When I was in the military, they certainly didn't have any safeguards. And I was reminded by Bruce Whipple this morning, when they're putting makeup on me, the best man at my wedding, who became an FBI agent, during the maneuvers before they were sent us off to Vietnam, we would have war games. That's what I'm looking for. And he was captured, and he was staked out on an anthill. And I've been saying for 50 years they poured honey on him, but he corrected me because we had dinner with him a couple years ago. They poured hot cocoa on him, left him there for 3 days. He almost died from exposure and the ants. He had like 1 million ant bites. This was an exercise. When they capture you, they used to hang us up in trees and put battery wires to our testicles. This is the training. They throw you out of trees. They hang one hand or one leg on a rope and they throw you out of the tree, dislocate your hip, knee, arm, whatever. This is training. Can you imagine today if that happened? CNN and oh, fuck. Can you imagine? When I was a kid, maybe this is why I tried to kill my teacher in grade school. When I was a kid, I was always mouthing off, which is hard to believe, really, but I was always mouthing off. And they'd put me in the corner with a dunce cap. One of these like this, like a Ku Klux Klan cap. And if I turned around or I said anything, they put me in a closet. They take the dunce cap off and put me in a closet. I was in the closet 2, 3, 4, 5 hours until a parent came to pick me up. I shit myself in the closet. I peed myself in the closet. Can you imagine that happening today? But it's the reason I'm the man I am today. Now, this is the guy that inflicted most of the pain on me, my father. Looks like a movie star there, Naval Air Force. And this is not much of an exaggeration what he looked like. He had a 56-inch chest, 28-inch waist, 18-inch arms, and he never lifted a fucking weight. He was a gymnast, All-American. And he had me, who I couldn't even catch a ball. But they discovered I had peripheral neuropathy. Oh, God, don't let the ball come to me. Boom. Drop it. I was an uncoordinated son of a bitch. There's no question about that. And I had him as a dad. I still remember those big forearms. Boom! 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 But look at you. I probably would have beat some of you to death as your parent. Since you were an accident anyway, who gives a shit? He was an extraordinary man's man. Now, how many times, for those of you that have more than one kid, well, who's your favorite, right? And you lie. And you say, I have no favorites, right? That's a fucking lie, and the kids know it. And you just man up. You were an accident. You should have rolled down your mama's leg, and we love this one more. I see a couple of the mothers smiling. They know exactly what I'm talking about. Now, why do you think Jocko is so fucking popular? Because he's a real fucking man. He's a real man. Unlike the also-rans. He's a real man. I'm indebted to my father for living, but to my teacher for living well, Alexander the Great. We are shackled by our dad's sins. I didn't feel too shackled, but anyway. When one has not had a good father, he must create one. last year when you come to the Castle Seminar, you have to fill out a lot of paperwork, a lot of questions. And maybe a third through the questions, I know whether you're full of shit or not, because you're so used to bullshitting yourself. Then you try to bullshit me. But the way the questions are presented, by the time you get to the end, the real truth comes out. I.e., were you in an accident? Do you think so? I.e., what regrets do your parents have? What regrets do you have? What's the highest performance thing that your significant other has ever accomplished? What's the highest performance thing your mother has ever accomplished, your sister? And when it's 0, 0, 0, 0, nothing, 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 I rest my motherfucking case. What benchmarks did you have to strive to achieve? What? None. Except being a pleasing loser. Children begin by loving their parents. After a time, they judge them. Rarely ever do they forgive them. As Sally would say, the most fun I have is when we have a father, a grandfather, a daughter, and a granddaughter in the same seminar. I have a fucking field day. I mean, it's like shooting fish in a barrel. When the grandfather or when the dad tells his daughter, you're an accident. And then the granddaughter says, well, what the fuck was I? You're so used to lying to yourself. It is easier to build strong children than to repair broken men. Amen to that. Amen. Now, for 25 years I've been doing this, 26 and a half to be more accurate. Last year, I made an announcement. Everything about my life is on the internet. You know everything. And I said, the only thing you don't know is which hand I wipe my ass with. And I said, my right hand. So now you know every fucking thing there is to know about me. From trying to kill my teacher in grade school to going to a university that I flunked out of 3 times, a school you got to explain about, to wiping my ass with my right hand. You research me. If you did half the research on all the other bums, and I say that candidly, because the other guys aren't the sweat on my balls. They're not the dingleberry pieces of shit that I miss wiping my ass. Can I make it more graphic? Last night, the martini I had that Edward brought me in the restaurant, and I know you were trying to hunt me down last night, believe me, I know that. But nobody found us, did they? That's because your fucking meathead stoops. They're not the sweat off my balls. I lost more brain cells last night drinking than the whole population has. Sally says I have a sore back, arthritic back, because I've been carrying you guys across the goal line so many years. Maybe so. Because I do have an arthritic back, there's no question about that. But the hyperbaric chamber's helping. This seminar really should be the psychology of the high performer. Because it's the psychology. If you don't get your head screwed on straight, and most of the kids that see everything's free on my side can't get the psychology right. Because the steps are bloody easy. When our 12-year-old daughter, who's now 32, went through the seminar 20 years ago, she said, this is easy peasy, Daddy. Why is it so hard for everybody? This is easy peasy, Daddy. Why is it so hard for everybody? And I said, honey, because you have self-esteem and they don't. Simple. I said, you and your brother are going to crush it when you get out in the real world. And guess what? They're fucking crushing it. I didn't tell them, or we didn't tell them growing up, do your best. You have to do what's necessary, as Churchill said. QLA for dummies. I'm not going to go there already. But we have a success, optimism, pessimism, snowflake, super success test. I can tell within 95% accuracy who's going to make it and who's not. Actually, it's 99%, but my lawyers tell me I can't say 99 because I'll get sued. But I'm telling you off the record, it's 99% accuracy. If there's any chance that you can make it. Create generational wealth. You take those fucking tests, I know exactly where you've been and, more importantly, where the fuck you're going. Extinction learning, overcoming fear by positive experiences. One of the things we have the kids do is scare themselves every day. Do something. Now, I'm going to give you two crazy examples. We've had a guy lie naked on Madison and 54th Street in New York City in the intersection. Didn't even get arrested in New York City. We've had a guy go into Starbucks, Chicago, wearing a diaper. He got arrested. In New York City, I have seen naked people in New York City before on the streets. But that's why the kids jump out of planes. That's why they do a lot of crazy stuff to put themselves out of their comfort zone. Remember, the goal for QLA is you to be comfortable being uncomfortable. What gets measured gets better. It's accountability. Now, unless you're caught fucking a donkey in the lobby, you can't get fired from work. It's impossible. Where have we gone? True self-esteem has to be earned. But nobody's measuring you. Nobody's holding you accountable. Now, quantum leap is now used in our language. When I started it, it wasn't. It wasn't. Now, you know, the economists, I think that is, it's part of our life. Now, I'm up here not because of these presidents I've met. 5. I'm not up here because of the secretaries of state I've met. 5. I'm not up here because of the prime ministers, secretary general of NATO, governors, senators, ambassadors, generals, and admirals. I'm not up here for any of those. I'm up here because I drug meatheads like you across the fucking goal line. Now, the beginning of my quantum leap, which is an interesting story, I go into the officers club. I just won an award. That award, I had come up with, and I don't know how I did it because I wasn't computer literate at all. I knew what Fortran language was though. And I came up with a way that the United States Army, Europe, NATO saved $3 million over 5 years. And I got an award. That's a $50 war bond. Worth $6.75 when they gave it to me. But if I kept it 30 years, it's worth $50. Big deal, right? So I'm in the officers club, and I'm standing next to that general, General Vaughn, and another general. And General Vaughn says, Danny, you should buy the drinks. You just won the award. I says, General, I mean, $6 is, even though drinks are only 25, 35 cents, it's not going to get us too drunk. And then he said the magic words to me. He says, young man, if you were a civilian in the civilian world, you probably could make a lot of money and get rich. A fucking light bulb went off over my head. Because I was a regular Army officer. I was going to be there for life. I loved it. 6 months later, I'm out of the Army. 6 months later, and the rest is history. The rest is history. So that was the beginning. My first quantum leap was to become an officer. When you become an officer in the United States, Congress, by an act of Congress, makes you an officer and a gentleman. I've been called a lot of things in my life, but never a gentleman. Never. And you can attest, that can be attested to by all the girls that I went out with. Danny didn't know what no meant. And one of the things you learn in the Spock book is knowing, K-N-O-W, when to say no. And they tell you to raise your kids. Just think, for those of you that are parents, if you raise your kid never using the word no, N-O, it's almost impossible. But I was raised without that word in my mother's vocabulary. And the girls that I used to date later on said, you can really believe that Dan doesn't understand what no means. They were talking about something else, but. From a bar of bad boy, that's my best look at trying to be a East LA cholo in front of where my house used to be. And you can tell from the chain link fence to the brick wall was where my house, it got torn down because it turned into a crack house. To me being an officer. And then the Queen, in her infinite wisdom, anointed me. Now, we live in a great world, some of us, not all of us. United States, China is the second biggest economy. It just had a down year last year. Japan, Germany, India. But it doesn't matter where you live. QLA works every place. And when the next retracement of the market, we're in the 11th year of the 10th month of a bull market, it's going to change. My judgment, the market's going to retrace 40 to 60%. And all your little pennies are going to evaporate, and I'm going to laugh my ass off. All your little retirement plans are going to go down the shitter, and I'm going to laugh my ass off. Because it didn't have to be that way. Not because I read 700 books. It's now 2,700 deals. But I keep the analogy 700 books to 700 deals. Who would you rather listen to? Somebody that's read 700 books or done 700 deals? It's obvious. Again, success leaves clues. The reason why you stay at your job at wherever you are, up to 90% of startups fail the first year, and you know it. And you don't want to be one of the statistics. But look at Jeff in 1999. They all said he was crazy. Crazy like a fucking fox. 1999. Being honest may not get you many friends, but it'll always get you the right ones. Old man Warren, who's not going to be here forever also, you will continue to suffer if you have an emotional reaction to everything that is said to you. True power is sitting back and observing things with logic. True power is a restraint. And if words control you, that means everyone else can control you. And that's where we are today. And that's why kids are committing suicide because of Facebook. The first method of estimating the intelligence of a ruler is who he's got around him. We are the average of the 5 people you hang with, you chill with. If I were to judge you by the 5 people that you are exposed to most, I wouldn't think much of you. Success leaves clues. Andrew Carnegie, hard as fucking nails. Henry Ford, harder than fucking nails. John Davison Rockefeller, hard as nails. Steve Jobs, who I knew back in the day, hard as fucking nails. Apple CEO gets up at 4:30 in the morning, has calls, sends emails, and expects responses. Hard as fucking nails. Amazon, 80 hours to keep your job a week, 85 hours to be considered for promotion, 90 hours to possibly be promoted. And it's not forced by the company, it's forced by the employees. Hard as fucking nails. This is why I got banned from Facebook, I believe. I posted this about 8 months ago, and I'm no longer on Facebook. You can be unethical and still be legal. That's the way I live my life. In Vanity Fair, May of 2019. Am I the only one that read that? Why doesn't anybody else post it? Because they don't want to be banned by Facebook. I don't give a fuck. Elon Musk, hard as fucking nails. Workaholic. Elon, after Vance noted that only hundreds of people were working at Tesla's headquarters on a Saturday. Only hundreds. No, everybody knows that, okay. SpaceX notorious workaholic Elon Musk is so tied to the office that he's been known to sleep on the floor. I slept in my office the first 10 years. Sir Richard Branson slept in his office the first 10 so years. Bill Gates slept in his office first 10 or 15 years. What about you? My mentality is that of a samurai. I would rather commit seppuku, that means suicide, than fail. He would rather kill himself than fail. All night, no friends, blah, 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 same thing. Jack Ma, Alibaba fame. Nobody talks about his 996 program. Come to work at 9, work till 9, 6 days a week. He's a fucking slave driver! Bill and Elon, they share one trait. They keep their diaries in 5-minute increments. Most of us, myself included, can't even say hello in 5 minutes. That means they have 12 appointments an hour. And QLA is not just for making money, although there's no better program. This kid came to me 3 or 4 years ago, wanted to win the British Archery Championship. 18 months later, he went from firing 500 arrows a day to 2,000 arrows a day. He won University Championship 2017. And it's even better for you lord-ass girls. I chop fat off your big fat ass like a chainsaw. Boom! She's a professor at Columbia University. Boom! Boom! I mean, just slabs of that fat fall off. Yes, partially you're here because I took $820 and turned it into 450 million, which in today's dollars is about 890 million. But it grew 55 million%. In the history of commerce, nobody has grown more than 55 million%. And I am, or was, the $50 billion man. I have teenage multimillionaires to the largest deal in recorded history, $500 billion, Neom, city of the future in Saudi Arabia. There's Josh flipping around in his jet. And these are other teenage multimillionaires. But you probably know their names better than I. But more importantly, this is Josh's dream house. When he's 17 years old, he brought me this. 17 fucking years old, and he wants to live in this. Other kids making movies. Those girls are, one of them is my mentee. I'll let you guess which one it is. But that's Woz of Wozniak fame, Apple. And his mentor is Mike Ducey, my mentee. Takes no prisoners and uses all leverage, jobs. That's the $500 billion deal being signed. 775. Fortunately for me, there's no compression algorithm for experience. And now I'll turn it over to my Q&A.
Hi, Dan. Thank you for your time. For Q&A...
Wait.
I'm sorry.
My name is Rufus Meathead. I'm 46 years old, and I got a 1-inch dick. Go ahead.
My name is Glenn Meathead. I hail from Shanghai, and I'm 39. For QLA, as long as unencumbered cash flow can pay for debt servicing, should a first-timer who is bound to make mistakes, should they have more of a buffer, like, say, 1.1 to 1 or 2 to 1?
It says you want at least cash flow to cover debt service, but as much as possible.
Okay. Finally, when you say unencumbered cash flow, is it the same as the accounting term free cash flow?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Carlos, 31, Los Angeles. You allude in a lot of your material to a secret sauce. Is there really a secret sauce? What is
there is. The secret sauce is just fucking do it.
Yes, thank you.
Pull the trigger.
Hello, Dan. Martin from Sweden. I want to eat lunch with you today. Can you reserve a place for me at your table?
Okay, go ahead. No, thank you.
Can I come to the castle?
Well, there is no castle seminar, so you can't go anyplace. Ask a reasonable question or sit down.
How can I grow my business to 60 million this year? I do real-time systems and software.
Buy. It's easier to buy revenue than it is created.
Yeah, so buy a factory.
A company that's got 60 million in revenue.
Right. Thank you.
Okay.
Hello, Dan. My name is Daniel Davidov. I'm from Israel. And see the Forrest Gump.
How old are you?
I'm 27. See the Forrest Gump guy you talked about that made $400 million.
Pounds.
Pounds. Apologies. How much did he actually make money out of that deal?
I don't remember. But it was tens of millions.
Okay. And another question, do you believe in patents? Is there big money to be made in making patents? As in, I've got a great idea I'm about to patent. Is it worthwhile going down that route?
I can't tell you. I don't know.
Okay. Thanks a lot.
You're welcome.
Cheers.
Kevin, 31, Germany. What was the most scariest thing, in your perspective, that you have ever done in your life?
Getting run over by a charging buffalo in Australia.
Thanks.
Hi, Dan. My name is Gary. I'm 32 and I'm from Ireland. I'd just like to say thank you for every contribution you're making to mankind. You're a fucking legend. Thank you for everything, sir.
Thank you. And by the way, when I say pathetic, say pathetic.
Pathetic.
I'm trying to mimic him.
Like
or Irish
McGregor.
People, yeah.
Like McGregor.
Sally and I had a lot of fun in Ireland, though. Go ahead.
During your presentation, you referred to Warren Buffett's tweet, which mentions an emotional reaction to one's detriment, and also to sit back and to observe. I'm going to
he said sit back and observe. Mm-hmm. I don't say sit back. I'm just telling you what Warren said off his tweet.
Okay.
The emotion part, he's talking about emotional bank accounts.
Okay.
And being glued or being too cognizant of what other people say about you. Mm-hmm. Well, I don't. But if I was concerned about that, I couldn't get out of bed. I mean, there's a lot of people that don't like me. I don't get as much hate mail as a lot of people. But I mean, he's talking about being emotionally attached to what somebody else might say about you.
I'm going to now ask you that if I want to use QLA, implement it into my life, to reprogram what society and how it's fucked me up, with laser beam focus, do you advise that I push back against political correctness and that I take the no shit approach while building my dream team lawyers and developing relationships?
No shit approach for sure.
Okay.
And then building the dream team around you. Because you're not going to know, unless you happen to be a medical doctor or a nurse and you're going to assisted living, you're not going to know anything about the industry. But your dream team, your industry experts, your accountant, your lawyer on your dream team, your CEO, your chairman, will know. And so, but the no shit attitude, is a first. I mean, you have to have it. You don't have to have anything, kids. But I'm telling you, if you want to succeed beyond your wildest expectation, you will never exceed past your wildest expectation. If you think you want to make 10 million bucks, you're not going to make 15. If you want to make 100 million pounds, you're not going to make 120. That's just it. But you were taught not to have wild expectations because you were taught wrongly that set goals in tiny bites so you don't get disappointed. That's horseshit. That's wrong. When we are going for the gold medal at the Olympics and everything we do.
I'd just like to say one more. I don't have results to show you yet, but I guarantee I'm going to make it out to your wall of fame.
Absolutely. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Mr. Pena. Thanks for your kicking so many asses like me.
My name is, what's your name?
I'm Punya. I'm 37 years old. I'm an Indian guy working in the Norwegian oil industry. And I have my background in piping and currently working in IT services for the oil and gas industry. It's more technical on how to build a oil and gas platform, etc.
Well, I mean, all your businesses can grow. It's easier to buy revenue than create it organically. I'm going to give you one example that it's online. When you go to a bank, and the script's online, you go to a bank and you're going to be primarily looking for cash flow lenders, okay? And you tell the cash flow lender or the credit officer that you understand that buying revenue, the revenue has been de-risked. A guy that has 1 million in revenue, you don't know how many millions he spent getting that 1 million, do you? No. He may have spent 5 million. The bank understands de-risked revenue because you're not spending the money to get the revenue, you're only spending money to buy that existing revenue. The banks understand de-risking, unleveraging. But somehow you don't understand because it looks on your face you're like I'm talking Greek or something. That's why it's much easier. No, there's no comparison between buying revenue and creating it organically.
Sir, I got 2 questions, sir. The first question is the organization I have been working. I see the industry got abundance of oil and gas and money, and I would execute it more better than my organization.
Okay, but what's the question?
Yeah, the question is I'm leaving the organization and also the key people are leaving, and I see that in a period of year, they could be the motivated seller. And I could take the step I could take the step to buy the company.
Most of you have never experienced a motivated seller.
And I'm I'm taking the risk of doing risky jobs and hardworking jobs.
Okay, well, I'm not interested in all that.
Yeah. And the second question is, I already started getting uncomfortable, like...
well, you look uncomfortable right now. You look like a whore in church.
Yes, but still I've been having the balls to come up and...
Okay, so...
and I've been pretty close here. I'm very glad.
Okay.
And I even started the day with getting uncomfortable by shaking hands with your butler.
I know, I'm not shaking hands with anybody.
Yeah, but... so
don't you, I don't like, what about me? Don't you understand? I don't like you. Don't you fucking get it? Poorness and dipshit rubs off. I wouldn't piss on your face if it was on fire. God damn. Why is it so fucking hard for you to understand that? I'm not bullshitting you. All I see is 1,000 problems in the room. I don't see one fucking solution.
Please give me one ruthless...
young man, you've been up here... Next, please.
Yeah,
next.
Hello, Mr. Pena. My name is Melvin Tejada Almanzar. I'm from Dominican Republic. I'm also in the Army, U.S. Airborne paratrooper. I have two questions.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you for your support. I'm 20 years old. I started implemented the QLA methodology 3 weeks ago. I have a full board, and I'm doing dental practices. So I have this deal going on. The doctor works 8 to 10 months.
Okay, what's the question?
Oh, yes. So if I should go on with the deal, he produces 620,000.
No, guys, gals, if cash flow doesn't cover debt service, I don't give a fuck what he produces. That's it. The end of story. I don't care. Got it?
Got it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Mr. Pena. My name is Mehdi, Iranian-born, living in Sweden for the last 35 years. And I running construction company for the last 10 years. The last
contractor?
Contractor.
Okay.
Dental offices, building healthcare and so on. The last 5 years hasn't been so successful, been in surviving modes. And now I'm
So what's the question?
The question is, how should I go with my construction company?
Well, most of you that have a business should turn the key. Everybody for staying, turn the key, close it down. Walk away. Exit right or left. Because most of you have just bought yourself a job. Many of you can get a job paying you more than your business produces for you. Without any fucking headaches or liabilities. So I close it. That's a tough business.
The question is, what should I do the next step?
Roll up healthcare. I tell everybody, if you're going to ask me, just roll up healthcare. Assisted living is a slam dunk.
Yeah. Buying dental offices and running them. Or...
Now, are you deaf too? I said roll up assisted living healthcare.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Next question, please.
Good evening, sir. My name is Andreas Hartl. I'm 39 years old. I'm coming from Frankfurt, Germany. I'm the son of a high-performance fighter pilot with the German army, and I want to thank you for building... Yes, sir.
Jawohl, mein Herr.
I want to appreciate your legacy, and I want to give you this picture. That is the fighter jet my dad flew, a Lockheed F-104 Starfighter. Yes, I will put it over there. And just to explain, a nuclear explosion, you can imagine. Yep. Thank you very much, sir, for getting my divorce. Thank you very much, sir, for turning the key on my business. I will follow your QLA for the rest of my life.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. You're building your legacy. You're a fucking legend. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes.
Hello, Mr. Pena. I'm Vadim Schusterman. I'm from Israel. I'm 39 years old, and I'm...
Mazel tov.
Thank you. And Siman Tov. I'm rolling up in an assisted living industry, and I have a chairman, which is also mentor, and I'm, as a good student, I'm trying to follow the QLA steps.
Don't try, do.
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
And my chairman saying we have the big force in our pocket, we have the top international law. And also the banks. I can set you appointments with the chairmen of all the banks in Israel. Should I skip the steps of going to big fours and law firms?
No, follow the steps.
follow the steps.
Most of it, the kids that fail with the QLA steps, are, because emotionally, you're not ready. Emotionally, you're not ready.
But if I have them already.
No, follow the steps. Just follow the steps. Build your personal foundation. All the things that we're going to talk about after lunch, follow the steps. We have the only correlation of running all these fucking numbers on you meatheads is you have a much higher probability of success following steps 1 through 7 and every little increment underneath. If you don't, for whatever reason, not always, but almost always fail because you're not prepared. You know, intellectually, QLA is a slam dunk, like our 12-year-old daughter said. It's easy peasy, Daddy. But emotionally, it's a motherfucker. Excuse me. For example, most people in this room, I went 7 years, Sally went 8 years not talking to our mothers. I rest my fucking case. I don't see any of you doing that. Most of you should disassociate yourself from your children because they're losers. You're not, if your kids are 8, 9 years old, they're finished. There's no way humanly possible you're going to change them. They're fucking through. So don't waste your fucking time with them. Our kids turned out terrific, moron. What did you say? How can you turn us around if he's fucked up when we're not? Because, well, most of you, I'm not going to turn around. I'm not here to turn around. I'm here for my own self-expression, you idiot. I couldn't give a shit less about you. Shut the fuck up. Security, get rid of him. Okay.
So up to now, I built the emotional bank and everything. It's just about if I should go by myself to the big force or take the advice of the chairman. You have them already. Just tell me what you need.
No, I mean, no, just follow the steps.
Okay.
Do what the steps say.
Thank you very much.
Okay, yes, sir.
Oh, yes, my name is Chris Sofer, Jacksonville, Florida. I
was born in Jacksonville, so I'm prejudiced. Go ahead.
Thank you. My question is, in researching companies, what's your recommendation on franchises? I know in the States there's a lot of assisted
franchises. Better to sell to a strategic or do an IPO, especially in this market. Franchising is a difficult model.
No, I mean in purchasing. I know there's a lot of...
don't buy franchises.
Stay away any assisted,
Correct.
all states, all those kind of
Correct.
stuff. Look independent. Okay, and what would be your recommendation on finding those companies? I know you'd mentioned cold calling companies.
You're 2,000 cold calls away from being rich. 2,000 cold calls away.
So would you just recommend an industry? It's
cold calling.
Correct. You just cold call any owners of those businesses?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Next.
Hello, Mr. Pena. My name is Amir Basley. I own a used car dealership in Atlanta, Georgia.
You're a used car salesman?
Yes, sir.
A whore. God damn.
So I started the business 6 months ago. I make pretty good money. I want to roll up new car dealerships in America. There's a lot of barrier to entry, significant amount of net worth that you need, and a significant amount of history in the new car dealerships, which I don't have. Should I keep working on this and beating a dead dog, or
find somebody that already has the experience, partner up with him, and then go do it?
Yeah, but then they have to put their net worth on the line, which is what he wants to do.
No, God damn it! It's like the bank said that you're going to ask me after lunch. Where am I going to get the money, equity in the deal? It's on my site. It says equity, but it doesn't say your fucking equity, you fucking morons. Nowhere in a bank document does it say a lady's equity, a bald man's equity, another bald man. It says equity. That equity is seller's equity, seller's finance. That note they're giving you is a fucking equity. How many times do I have to put it on my site? Absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. Just because you never heard anybody say this doesn't mean it's not true. It doesn't say your equity. It says equity. He doesn't have to put his equity up. That's bullshit.
So I've talked to many of these guys
Oh, no,
that have rolled up.
no, guys, don't tell me what you've done. I've done it before you were born. I was rolling up car dealerships before you were born.
You rolled up?
Yes. So, next question.
Fair enough. Thanks, sir.
Tony Frankenstein.
One question. Bruce, you got it. Where's Bruce? These guys are all, there's a reason I call them meatheads. One question, Bruce. Go ahead.
Tony Frankenstein, 29, Germany, former military.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you for your service. So, my question is, can you elaborate on your way of closing, when to pound the prospect?
I'm a hammer closer. Bruce Whipple is a finesse closer. With the greatest respect, I live in a castle, he lives in a log cabin. You figure it out yourself. I'm a hammer. I'm not, it's either 25 years ago, you want to fuck? No. Next, you want to fuck? No. That's it. I'm not into foreplay. I'm not into the Grant Cardone or even the Dan Locke or the Brian Rosen. That's all bullshit.
So never a way to blow up, smoke up the airs, so only pounding them.
No, this is me I'm talking about.
What would you recommend for
No, I recommend a hammer.
a hammer? All right.
Next.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Dan, firstly, thank you for everything. My name is Andile Siziba. I'm from Birmingham, UK. I'm 31 years old.
Okay.
I have a two-part question. Firstly, I run a company providing a niche but innovative and successful product. We're a diagnostic company that acts as an overflow service to the NHS, seeing NHS patients using NHS resources out of hours. I would like to grow via acquisitions. What area would I
Assisted
venture
living.
into? Sorry?
Assisted living.
Would that complement my current service?
I don't care if it compliments it or not. You're in that fucking business, not me. I turned the key on your business.
Yeah.
I put a bullet in my head. You should have rolled down your mother's leg. That's not my problem, kids. I'm telling you where you can get the low-hanging fruits, as they say. No sexual inference there. Low-hanging fruit, motivated seller. If it's not a motivated seller, most of you don't know the difference between a prospect and a suspect. A suspect is somebody that'll take your fucking calls. A prospect is somebody that'll sell to you. You keep talking to these assholes because they're nice to you on the phone. You can don't ask Sally, but Sally would tell you, they asked me not to come to a second meeting. The banks don't want to meet me a second time. The motivated sellers don't want to meet me a second time. I wonder why. I'm not there to be their fucking friend. How has your program worked out, you sorry assholes? Jesus Christ. It hasn't, has it?
Secondly, how do I...
No, second. One question. Thank you.
Hello, sir. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Nikolai, 33 from Norway. I have a gift for you.
Thank you.
It's a translated version of my Norwegian book.
Okay, fine. What's your question?
I wish you can sign my version.
No, I'm not going to sign anything. What's your question?
It was my question because the
foreword
of the book is my man's greatest burden.
Fine, I appreciate it. But guys, I get presents, not every day, that'd be a lie. But every week. I don't need any, please. Don't buy me anything. Leave me alone. Next,
right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Dan. Dave from London, 35. Question about seller finance. If your cash flow covers debt service by 120%, but over 25 years, but if it's seller finance, you're paying it back over 5 years on 5 multiples, then cash flow is not really covering debt
yes,
service.
It is. No, because it's how you get the seller's finance. Interest, no interest, first 2 years, interest and principal from the third year. This is all online, god damn. And you refinance it within the first 24 months. So you don't need any cash flow for the seller's part.
Okay, cool, cheers.
Hey Dan, my name's Tony. I'm 23, from El Paso, Texas. Don't know if anyone knows where that's from.
Nobody cares. Keep talking, kids.
I know you like Andrew Carnegie, in his most famous piece of writing, The Gospel of Wealth, he said, the man who dies thus rich dies disgraced. Think that's bullshit. And what's your philanthropy?
We're giving all our money away, Sally and I. So I don't care what you do. You don't have any money to give away. Trust me. Sally lost in fur coats and jewelry at airports more net worth than this fucking room's got. So don't be worrying about trust and shit like that. Make some fucking money first. Next.
Hi, Dan. My name is Emmanuel. I'm 23 years old, and I've just joined the military.
Thank you for your service.
I'm a salesman by profession, so I have no issue calling acquisition.
You look like a pimp. Go ahead.
But I'm struggling building a dream team. I want to have the best dream team. How do I find somebody quite like you as a chairman?
Well, not like me. LinkedIn is a tool that if I asked the Lord above to create for me, he would have created LinkedIn. It's the best tool. Just remember, of the 300 million or whoever amount of people that are on LinkedIn, they all want to do some kind of business. So I go to LinkedIn.
Let's go to LinkedIn. Could you be the chairman?
No.
No?
No.
Okay.
Thank you, though.
Hey, boss. My name is Baltazar Fedelizo from San Pedro, California. I'm the minnow who's trying to swallow the hood.
I
the
know it
pirate
well.
kingdom.
Okay.
I just want to ask you, I'm in the biodiesel industry and I want to take down this asshole Baker Commodities. How do I take him over?
Well, if he's not for sale, is he for sale? No.
No. I'm going to take his shit.
Then you got a problem. I mean, if they're not for sale and they're not in default on debt or something like that.
How do I find that out, boss?
Oh, it's a matter of public record.
All right. What record? Department of Records over in Norwalk?
Type in the company's name or the person's name and say debt default, and it'll tell you.
Got it. Thank you, boss.
Okay.
Hello, I'm Mark Goodwin from Glasgow.
Glasgow.
Aye.
I remember the first Glaswegian kiss I got, a headbutt, about 35 years ago. And as I walked outside to fight the guy, a guy hit me with a brick in the back of the fucking head. And I went down into the... Oh, I have fond memories of Glasgow.
It's a nice place.
Yeah.
What's your preferred industry for targeting deals?
Pardon?
What's your preferred industry for
Healthcare.
targeting healthcare? Okay.
Even in Scotland.
Yeah.
Yep. Thank you.
That's my business card.
Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Pena.
Hi.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
So Nicholas Lee, 31, in the dental sector. I've got two Pamela Anderson deals going on, the SEO at 2.0 and 3.0. So everything's lined up.
Did you see the debt coverage was 2-0?
Yeah, and 3.0.
2 and 3-1.
3-0, yeah, 2-1,
Okay,
3-1
okay.
for both deals.
Even you can get those deals done.
Especially me.
By the way, this guy's a chartered accountant, smart. He's from Mauritius, where he used to steal purses from old ladies. Go ahead.
So my question is, I've got the banks ready, everything's fine. I've given my personal guarantee. Then they're saying...
Which is worth nothing.
Exactly. So that's my question. What do you do when your guarantee is worth nothing?
Well, if you had interviewed the financial institutions properly, like we say online, that all deals I bring you will be stand on their own 2 feet. And then they say, is the deal good today? Yes. If I die tonight, is the deal still good? Yes. Well, then you don't need my guarantee. This is all online. Jesus. Why are you looking at me like I'm speaking Greek? Because when you tell me that you studied my site, you're full of shit. Yeah.
And that's what I did with my banks. And I've used all of those framing of...
Templates.
What it is, yeah, templates and framing of how we're doing it.
Well, then you got, if they still want a guarantee, they say there's no guarantee. Remember Jason Nagy from Australia fame, Adelaide. He's built $5 million in EBITDA in the last 2 years. No guarantees, non-recourse money. You just have to hold your nerve, which is hard when you've been living off of a smoke exhaust pipe, meaning you run out of money, so they're sucking on the exhaust pipe.
And that's why the other idea I had was to give 5% of my company for someone who would give their personal guarantee.
Or maybe it's more than 5.
So I've got a website I've created, which I want to share here. So it's www.qladeals.co.uk. So if you go on this, anyone here...
He's not a mini-me. So just It says QLA doesn't mean it's me.
Yeah, it's not him. I've just got it.
Okay,
Yes.
so what's the question?
No, so just if you guys were interested.
Oh no, he wants
I'm
money
just
from
using
you.
marketing, yeah.
Okay, next.
Selective frogs.
Sit down.
Hey, Mr. Pena, my name is Nathan Alperstein. I'm from Israel. I'm 25. I wanted to ask you, once a deal is acquired...
Mazel tov.
Thank you. Once I acquire a business, how do I put management in place to make sure
With
that
great
it keeps
difficulty.
growing?
Most of the kids, they fail in not the buying of the business, accumulating the revenue, they fail in running the business. Because there's a quantum leap, pun intended, between buying it and running it. Because if your industry experts aren't going to stay the course 6 months or so, or the motivated seller's not going to stay 6 months, the business is going down the pan. Because you're going to run it with the same way you've run your life, inefficiently. And you've got to hold them to high standards.
So the industry expert is
Correct.
the one who's...
And the motivated seller should stay at least 6 months.
How do I make sure that all the dream team and everyone I bring on the team is qualified?
These dream teams are in transition. You're going to see a slide after lunch that Josh Kim has gone through 20 dream team members in 4 years. 20.
So I'm
He's
constantly
fired 20.
changing them? If they're not performing, I'm constantly
Yeah, well,
changing
you
them?
have to hold them accountable.
Okay. I have one more question. if I
No, next, please.
Thanks.
Hello, Mr. Pena. I'm Wab. I'm 16 years old and I'm from Holland.
Stay still. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. I want to know how can I get a bank loan, a commercial bank loan from the banks when I'm underage?
Okay, if you have not reached majority, legal age, it's hard. I'd be lying to you if I told you it's hard. It's not impossible, but it's almost impossible to get them. And I don't want you to parents to guarantee it, but that's what most of the kids do.
Okay. And how do I build like the perception for the banks that I'm serious about their buying the not the banks, to the motivated seller that I want to buy their business. With the dream team.
We've got 175 years experience. Those are the dream team members. But I mean, he looks like Josh did when Josh was 17. We've had 16-year-olds come through. We have 13-year-olds making $100,000 a month. Did everybody hear that? 13, 14-year-olds making $100,000 a month. And what the fuck are you? And you had to scrape your pennies together to be here. To be here. I told the kids, we don't need you. You know what you're doing. And poorness rubs off. God forbid some of my little teenagers, you took a risk coming here, kid, because this shit rubs off. Don't talk to anybody.
All right.
Eat your lunch by yourself. I'm serious.
Yeah.
Eat your lunch by yourself. Don't talk to them. Just fuck off. He's got permission to tell you to fuck off. Thank you. Good luck to you, kid. Okay.
Mark Hansen, Colorado, 49 years old.
You've had a hard life.
I have.
I can see it. Go ahead.
Where are the 6 or 7 places that QLA is dominating that you referred to in last month's regular seminar?
6 or 7, okay. Australia, Brazil, South Africa, Canada, the United States, Mexico, and almost all the EU countries. Almost all, not all, but almost all the EU countries.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello, Dan Pena, Mr. Dan Pena. My name is Eric Granville. I'm actually from New York, retiring from the police department soon.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for all this free stuff that you've given us all and giving the spark back into masculinity. Also, I'd like to ask a question. The one question is that all of us would probably love to have is those scripts, those things, the templates basically that you only get from the...
You're not looking hard enough, kids. They're all online. Every fucking one of them.
And the secret to your marriage?
My wife.
The secret to have her do what you want her to do.
My wife is there you are, sir. My wife is a workaholic.
Okay.
Chartered accountant. And
because that's the tough part for people who, like myself, with 4 children and a man in marriage.
Yeah, I mean...
Keeping my wife in line, basically, right now.
Well, I mean, and by the way, we have a 60% divorce rate and business partnership bust-up rate. We stopped counting at 60%. Because, you know, I don't know what it is now, but I know it's over 60%. Because when they say they're supportive of you, miss a birthday, miss a Christmas, you know. I'm a guy that has never bought candy, flowers, any of that shit you guys do. Nothing. In my entire 74 years of life. How's your program working out? The harder I am on people, the more they love me. Hear that, Brian QLA Rose?
Thanks again, Mr. Penny.
You're welcome. Yes, sir.
Carl S., 30 years old, Germany, and I have a question in regards to selling companies.
Okay, got it.
I've sold a few companies, but I could never reach the evaluation I wanted to reach.
Did you ever think they weren't worth it?
Well, I actually think that the companies were worth more, but the buyer, one buyer, they focus on the margin. The next buyer focuses on the revenue. So they're very good in
They're better buyers
negotiating.
than he is a seller.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So my question is, when you build the company or you scale the company, at what point do you go looking for the seller? Because
from the day you open the door, you should have your exit planned. From the day you open the door.
And you go to family offices or...
Well, whoever. I mean,
what,
family offices are just highfalutin private equity firms. I mean, they're no different.
Okay. So you have the seller in mind and basically kind of model the company and the, presentation.
You modeled it. By the way, these questions aren't as bad as he looks.
I think I look pretty good, by the way.
You model the company after what's selling on the market. You let the market tell you. You don't. 95% of all companies put up for sale on the planet in 2017 didn't sell. Why? Because they're looking to get rich off one transaction. Generational wealth is built off a series of transactions. But you've got your one little chicken shit business. You put all your money back into that business because you have been led to believe, well, I don't know any business better than my own, so I'll put my money back into it. Well, that's wrong. That's wrong. If you're not a $500 million company after 10 years, you're doing something dead fucking wrong. So you let the market tell you, and you copy, you model what's selling. And that has to change because this is a 3 to 7 year process to build generational wealth. Wealth that would normally take 20, 25 years. And the market will change over 3 to 7 years. And so you have to keep track of the market. You let the market tell you how you should market it. And there's guys in here that know, forgot more about internet marketing than I know. Internet marketing is instantaneous, the results. And clicks, impressions, sales, I mean, it's dynamite. But if you don't use it as an instantaneous method of evaluating things, then you might as well not use the internet.
And at one point in time, selling the business took about 33% of my time. Is that a normal ratio? Okay.
That's too long.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, sir. My name is James. I'm a Vietnamese guy from Montreal. I'm 44 years old. I'm here to be crushed. And I stuck in my business for the last 12 years and say that, it's time to change my life. And I have a firm in IT consulting. Would you advise me to do acquisitions in artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, or just sell my business and go to assisted living?
Cybersecurity is hot, sizzling hot. But the multiples have been bid up. But there are still motivated sellers. In fact, I think I know a couple in the audience, motivated IT sellers, cybersecurity sellers, that is.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, you're welcome. Yes, sir.
Mr. Pena, pleasure to finally meet you. My name is Mitchell Kennedy. I'm 23 from Sydney, Australia. My question comes from the November 2019 video from the seminar. You mentioned that when your board does the due diligence, that before you bring it to the board, that there are 3 due diligence questions to ask the seller. What are those? You didn't cover them in the video.
Okay, that's not exactly how I say. I know what you're getting at. One, you're not taking anything to board until you've looked at their financials and their tax returns. And their tax returns should match plus or minus 5 or 10% the financials, because we all know you can put anything in QuickBooks. QuickBooks means nothing unless they have audited financials. So you ask the seller tax returns, financials, and you have to ascertain the real reason they're selling. They don't tell you the real reason they're selling. Now, they tease me, motivated sellers to me is he is coughing up blood from emphysema, and his wife is in a wheelchair from a stroke. Now, they're motivated. And those are the ones, I'm like an ambulance chaser, literally. Everybody understand ambulance chaser? I'm an ambulance chaser. Those guys are motivated. So those are the three.
Thank you, Mr.
You're
Pena.
welcome. Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Pena. I'm Danish, 23 from Delhi. My first question is...
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
So my first question is, which section should I sort of go in if I want to do acquisitions in India?
Healthcare.
And should I branch out of India?
That's up to you.
Okay.
That's up to you.
And the second part of it was the equivalent of SBA loan financing in India has a limit of 10 lakhs. That's close to $16,500 US. And most of the deals that I was...
But they have non-Indian banks.
Okay.
You haven't called on any of them?
Yeah, I haven't.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Pena. My name is Konstantin Schnittja. I'm a real estate developer in Germany. And my question is, you mentioned as one of the industries you would not go into for QLA the construction industry.
Correct. The margins are too tight.
And so, so in my case, you would just go out of this industry and select the QLA process for another industry.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Right.
I want you to have 20 to 40% gross margins. 20 to 40. Why? Because you got wiggle room to fuck it up when you're not running them properly. When you're down at 5 or 10% margins, that's gross margin, not net margin. I mean, you have no wiggle room. I mean, you have to be spot on. And I want you to succeed, even though you'll find a way to engage in self-sabotaging activity. You will. Because you have no role models that don't engage in self-sabotaging activity.
May I ask an additional one?
No.
Okay.
Next.
Yeah, hi Dan, my name's Andre. I am 37 years old from London, England, and my background is software engineering, but over a year ago, I kind of gave up my tech dream to go into acquisitions. I did come close to a few in 2019, so my question is around the strategy. I was shown that I could potentially pay 50% on completion and then offer...
You mean completion of the deal?
Completion of the deal, yes, 50% up front, and then maybe the other 50% over 3, 4, 5 years, but paid out of cash flow. Problem is, I couldn't find those deals because obviously trying to service the debt and pay out the cash flow...
Well, then you got to go next. The deals... Not all deals are doable. The only time 100% of the deals are doable is when you have 100% seller finance. Everybody get that? 100%. But there's several problems with 100% seller finance exclusively. Number one, you can't take any money out of the deal and you're all starving to death. Number two, you can't pay the board because there's no deal to pay because it's all seller finance. Number three, you can't pay your accountants and lawyers. But the accountants and lawyers and your board, who's not starving to death like you, will understand that you're going to make 1, 2, 3, or 4 deals, 100% seller finance, and then it's not a real refinance, but in your eyes, refinance the whole deal in commercial debt and pull out a bunch of money.
So my question was around the strategy. Are you saying that strategy is okay?
You need a strategy like you need AIDS. Don't worry about strategy. Lou Gessner, who turned around IBM 25 years ago, was interviewed, and they were asking him about the new strategy at IBM. He said, the last fucking thing I need is a strategy. You guys got strategy, but got no fucking money. How's your strategic plan work for you, you fucking morons? You don't need a strategy.
What about offering equity?
No. Just what I just say.
You don't need strategy.
Okay. Yes.
Thanks.
Yes, sir.
My name is Alex. I'm 19 years old from Chios, Greece.
How old?
19.
19. Okay.
How to overcome and manage failure?
How do you overcome manage failure?
And manage and overcome.
Oh, manage. Practice. You know, I got a D in public speaking in high school. I got an F in public speaking in university. And I made 500 speeches and I got good. I mean, you just practice.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes, sir.
Hi. Sharif, 34, the Netherlands. I saw your TED Talk in Nijmegen and then Michael Pilacic, and now we're here.
Mike is another mentee. He's at the soft end of QLA.
Oh, yeah.
He's
Yeah.
I'm still waiting for one of you guys to show me how Zen pays your MasterCard bill.
Well, we're building the biggest sales company in the Netherlands, and we're looking at our major competitor.
Correct. Good.
Did you ever have a mentee who bought a $30 million company? And
Yeah, I've had mentees by billion-dollar companies.
Yeah, and also one that went bust. And how do they
Oh,
overcome
well,
something
I got
like
more mentees that went boost than, I mean, for the guys we have on the Hall of Fame, if we had a Hall of Almost Fame, shit, I could hang pictures from here to Scotland. But they're still pretty rich. I mean, just because you didn't make $1 billion or 500 million, there's a couple guys in the audience that have created 70 million and 30 million the last year, which to me isn't shit, but to most people it's generational wealth. So, I mean, yes, we have had people do that.
And is it then easy to do it again?
Again and again. For those of you that are in your 20s, you should be able to do this 5, 6 times. Enter, exit, roll up, exit. Enter, roll up, exit, 5 times. For those of you in your 40s, you ought to be able to do it 2 or 3 times. For those of you that are old gits, maybe you got one last hurrah. You know, one last rip at the belly of China, as they used to say. They don't say that anymore, but yeah, you ought to be able to do it several times.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Mr. Pena. Thank you for everything you've done for me already. Not that I made millions or anything, but still. Okay, the question, how do you overcome like being a pleaser? Because that's how I've been conditioned.
How do you overcome being a pleaser? If I had a pill for that, I mean, you can't be obnoxious. But most of you would rather be a pleaser than be obnoxious. Doesn't mean you don't help old ladies across the street. Doesn't mean any of that, you know. But be obnoxious. Demand accountability. And, I mean, they won't want to talk to you, you know. They don't want me at any more meetings. Because, you know, I make the accountants accountable. I make the lawyers accountable. I make the bankers accountable. My relatives don't want to see me because I said, what have you done in the last 10 years of your life, you piece of shit? Now, what kind of Thanksgiving dinner is that?
Okay.
You've got to be obnoxious.
All right, then how do you overcome being reactive, like staying cool when things don't go your way?
Just keep putting your head into the chopper. Everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the face. As Mr. Tyson said several years ago, just keep putting yourself into the grinder. But see, you avoid confrontation, most people. You avoid the grinder. I look for the grinder. I run towards the gunfire and I kill everybody. Because the role model I had was my father, who, for those of you that Google fucked him, was an assassin for the CIA and killed between 13 and 23, depending on what story you want to believe. Who they brought out of retirement, allegedly, to cover up the assassination of Robert Kennedy in the Sirhan case. That's my role model. Well, who's yours? You don't have any. Or poor role models. I would rather you not have a role model than a poor role model. My father didn't have a dad. His dad died 3 months before he was born. Now, the story of the cousin says, your father killed our grandfather from the womb. That's a family joke, you know. And I said, no, I don't. My father didn't think that was so fucking funny, but anyway.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Dan Pena, Mohammed Sabsabi. I was born in Syria and currently reside in Canada. I listened to your material online. I believe that most of the questions nowadays are all answered online. So thank you very much for offering your material for free.
This man maybe he can read. Go ahead.
Thank you. I turned down my construction business and closed the door, as you have mentioned, and everything is going very well. I just want to ask a question. What are the major events you're involved in the next year, and what do you want to do before you die? Thank you very much.
Well, before I die, I plan on living to 120 minimum. I have great genes. Men in my family live until their 90s, but we've had none 100. And unless you get run down by a car or caught in another man's bed with his wife and shot, I got great genes. But before I die, I have, I've already changed the world with QLA. I didn't plan on being the greatest of all time 26 and a half years ago. But I didn't realize how poor the competition was. I mean, they're just all full of shit. And so I'm going to increase online. In this room, we've got at least 1 or 2 potential billionaires. I'd like to say all of you, but that'd be a lie. Because I know you're not going to do this shit. Or you're going to do it poorly, or you're not going to follow the steps. You're going to find a way. We already had 2 or 3 guys want to go from the first step to the 5th step. And I'm here to tell you the probabilities of that happening and being successful are pretty fucking remote. So I'm going to continue to change lives. Thank you very much. Next, sir.
Hello, Mr. Pena. Thank you very much. My name is Carlos Finn. I'm from Humboldt County, California. I'm a weed farmer. I have a weed farm of...
weed?
Yep. It's a legal business in California
I
and
know.
all over the U.S. So my question is, do I need to sell my farm and buy some companies because I don't want to be a weed farmer for the rest of my life?
You're in the right state for being in the weed business. But no, healthcare, you'll make infinitely more money. And I'm not talking about the recent crash in weed and all that stuff that's happened in the last
Well, it's
few
actually,
months.
it's pretty good right now.
Yeah, but I mean, healthcare, I tell everybody, healthcare. I tell everybody, assisted living.
So you say sell and get out?
Yeah, turn the key, smoke a few joints first, and then turn the key.
Obviously. Been there, done
By the way, I had my first marijuana cookie, 6 or 8 months ago. We were in Holland visiting Vinica. And I'm eating the cookie, and I said, it doesn't do anything. But we went out to dinner. Fuck, the food really tastes terrific. I said, give me some more bread and butter. And I couldn't believe it. Yeah.
Yep. Okay, so I will.
And then I almost bought a cookie on the plane back home, and Sally says, where'd you do that cookie? It's in my briefcase. Oh, no, Dan, you got to get rid of it. You can't take it on the plane. So anyway, we left it for the maids.
Okay. Well, then I'll obviously sell and enter.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Very good. Good luck. Yes, sir.
Hi, Dan. My name is Tariq Ali. I'm 30 years old from Australia. I work for Boeing as
By the way, our new poster child from Adelaide. Now, for those of you from Australia, you know that's the asshole of the world. Adelaide. He's built up $5 million in EBITDA in the last 20 months. From scratch. So you give it a multiple. 10, 50 million. 15, 20. You put the multiple on it. He's rolling up radiology practices. From scratch, in the middle of nowhere. Okay, continue.
I'm an aerospace engineer with Boeing in Australia, and it's something I've aspired to for a while. So the biggest obstacle for me would be to leave my profession. The question is, do you think it's possible to build up enough momentum while working in a 9-to-5 before
Most of the kids, this is a question for all of you, an answer. Most of the kids keep their jobs. Josh had a 60-hour-a-week job, and he worked 60 hours a week on QLA as a teenager, making his first millions. Most keep the job until they make their first deal, assuming that first deal is cash flowing like I'm teaching you. I tell students, if you're in the first year of university, drop out. If you're in the second year of a 3-year program, finish. And the same thing, if you're in the first year of medical school, drop out. But you can work and do this. But you've got to understand, no family life. Zero. I mean zero, guys and gals. And for the guys who will appreciate what I'm about to show you, don't touch me when you get in bed next to your wife or whoever. Don't touch me. That's 2 or 3 years and don't touch me. So don't bullshit yourself. Get an apartment away from the family, or a little shack or someplace, because default's a bitch. Yeah, my answer is yes. Thank you very much.
We're going to break for lunch. 2 observations from the Q&A, and you're going to see a slide on this. There are indeed stupid questions. And 90% at least of the stuff you're worried about is never going to happen. Never going to happen.
Just a general comment. Josh Kim in his exit interview, which is also online, he said 95% of the things I worried about the first 4 years never happened. 95%. And if you're an accountant, an engineer, a doctor, a lawyer, and have multiple degrees, you've learned your fact pattern is sequential learning. QLA is anything but sequential learning. Because you have to, even though there's only 7 steps, they're big motherfuckers. And you can't jump a chasm in 2 leaps. Because you're having to go, you don't have to do anything, kids. But if you choose to follow this, you're going against everything you've been taught since you were in the 2nd trimester in your mom's tummy. Okay, so we're going to have Q&A later, so I'm done.
Yeah, later. 1:15, be back, and then we'll start.
Thank you.
Hello, Dan.
Hi.
Stephen Dimas, Syracuse, New York. Excuse my attire. Bag got lost. What are your thoughts on the CBD, hemp, and marijuana markets in the United States, with CBD being medical for medical use, and with hemp being used in housing, building and development now?
I don't understand. So what's the question about weed and
What's your
CBD?
thoughts on rolling up a business that would be, related to like the CBD market, the hemp market for production, industrialized? Or
What do I see the future as?
Yes.
Well, I mean, eventually it'll be legalized by the federal government. Currently it's not. It's state by state, as I understand it, in 15, 20 states, I guess. But the real market, and the market that we looked at, is the international market. There's 35 or 40 countries that allow it, and that's where the big business is going to be done. And the big public companies, the people that raised the money before the recent collapse of weed, are investing internationally. They're going to South America. Some are going in parts of the EU. So I think it's inevitable that it's going to eventually work out. But I don't know if it's a year from now or 5 years from now. And until the federal government approves it, in the United States, I'm only speaking of the United States, I don't know about the rest of the places, until they approve it, it's a cash business, it's tough to get credit. I won't say it's impossible to get credit, but it's tough to get credit. There's a few banks that will fund startups if you're in business, either as a grower, distributor, or whatever, and you have a track record of some sort. Over and above the track record of your dream team, you can get commercial money. But it's tough. You have to wait until the federal government in the United States approves it, and I don't know when that's going to be. Right? Trump is against drugs. His brother died, was alcoholic, etc. And so right now, but he may approve it. Rumor, and it's only a rumor. Rumor is that it's one of the things that additional things he's going to approve next term when he gets reelected.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello, sir. Jorge Fernandez, Calexico, California, 34 years old. Is there a preferred bank that one should use when doing acquisitions and financing for the healthcare industry and assisted living units?
Is there a preferred bank?
Yes, sir.
No, it's just whatever bank manager or credit officer has no negative loans that have gone sour on him. And it's piecemeal. It's piecemeal. There's no preferred bank.
There's no niche bank specifically for that industry?
No, not that I'm aware of, no.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
My name is Wouter Permer, 42 years old, from Amsterdam, and my question is about assisted living healthcare. In the Dutch market, it's predominantly non-profit organizations. How does vendor finance work within?
It still works. We have to find a motivated seller. It doesn't matter if it's nationalized. I mean, vendor notes or work when the seller's willing to take back the note. Normally, you don't ask them. Part of the pitch is supposed to be, and again, it's online. Have you considered selling your business? Yes. Have you considered seller finance? Sometimes they don't know what that means. Seller finance. I mean, you take back part of the paper, all the paper. I started at 100% seller finance and worked down. And once in a while we get 100% seller finance, meaning that you don't have to put up a fucking nickel, not one penny, we have kids rolling up all through the EU. The Eastern Bloc countries are harder because they're the former Eastern Bloc countries. They're harder because the Lithuania, Estonia, Ukraine are skeptical because they still have the stigma of skepticism about capitalism from the Iron Curtain days. But yeah, they will take back a seller's note. We have guys rolling up his first 7 or 8 acquisitions in the Netherlands were all seller finance. And when he went to finance them at ING Bank, if I remember correctly, the bank gave him 120% of the total purchase price. But this guy wasn't living on fumes. He wasn't starving to death so he could do 7 or 8 acquisitions. And by the way, the QLA model is really simplified project management. That's what it is. For those of you that haven't, I had no experience in project management, I still don't. But for the guys that have come through, the gals that have come through, that have come out of the project management world, it's easier for them because you have a sales funnel, you have a prospect funnel, and you have these funnels and you just keep working the funnels until, I remember the same kid I'm thinking of, there were 17 possible candidates for him to buy in the Netherlands. And he just went one by one. I think he got to 40 or 45 until he found a motivated seller. Now, all those people that are potentials aren't going to be motivated sellers. And just because they say they're motivated, and they want, in this example, this is 5 times EBITDA, 5 times cash flow, and they say they want 25 times cash flow, they're not motivated. Now, I used to, and I'm not recommending you do this. When you get fucking serious, Jack, give me a call. Click. Just like that. Okay?
Thank you.
Yep. You're welcome. Again, I'm not recommending you do that because you're sensitive. Yeah.
Hi, Mr.
And
Pena.
sometimes they say, fuck you, yell back. Yeah.
Hi, Mr. Pena. Louis from Singapore, 26 now. Okay, so just one question I want to ask. How do you make use of scam people's money?
Skip?
Yeah, because you're mentioning about, using OPM, right? Other people's money.
Other people's money,
right?
Yeah. How do I get it?
Yeah, so what if those people are scared, right? So,
scared? Well, if they're scared, next.
I see.
I mean, remember, you want somebody, a prospect, not a suspect. Okay. You want somebody that's more scared than you. I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt. You're scared of being poor, winding up poor, okay? I want you to find a potential seller that's more scared. He's more scared than you. And there are people, I know you may not believe it, but there are people that are more frightened than you. Okay? Thank you.
Sir.
Hello, Mr. Pena. My name is Jonathan Renzi. I'm 24 years old and I'm from Montreal, Canada. My question to you is, should I consolidate apartment complexes in the United States, Florida specifically, or should I consolidate bedpans in Canada? Thank you.
Well, I say bedpans in Canada.
Thank you so much.
It's a no-brainer, okay.
And thank you for your service.
Yeah. And some bedpans, this is an expensive one I gave you, this example. Josh Kim, if you listen to his tape, rolling tape, on the loop, he's buying businesses at 1.5 and 2 times cash flow. 1.5 and 2 times cash flow. Yes, sir.
Hello, Dan. My name is Martin Schroeder. I'm from Sweden, and my company is called Swedish Embedded Group. If you were me at this event, how would you make the best use of your time?
Your time or my time?
If you were me on this event, attending this event.
I pay attention and ask, and you're up here asking a question, but I wouldn't mingle. This is not a networking butt-fuck deal. This is not swap bodily fluid shit. I mean, for those of you, if you could afford a cab, go home by yourself. But most of you got to share a cab. I mean, it's pathetic. You can't get, anyway, don't mingle. Porness rubs off. Just follow the steps religiously. Make it the new religion. The kids call themselves QLA bots. I mean, there's a couple of people in this room. One is a Deloitte chartered accountant who wrote in a report that I follow, what Dan says religiously. And they always say, funny enough, it always works out. I don't know why they say funny enough, but because they're skeptical. Because you've been told a lot of shit in your life. And the fact that this actually fucking works, and the fact that we created a lot of money over the past 26 and a half years. Just follow the steps when you go back, and don't mingle, don't make any friends.
Point taken about mingling. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. I dream that I have hair like this, you know?
Thank you very much.
My hair used to be blonde. Now, what's left is white. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Matthew. I am from Los Angeles, but my family's Russian, and I just turned 18. So this is a question regarding the personal foundation. So I grew up in a pretty strict household and learned discipline and competence and all that. But other than Toastmasters and a club you can't afford, what other resources would you recommend to expand your personal foundation?
Improv, Toastmasters, Rotary.
Rotary.
But there's different Rotaries. There's good Rotaries and bad Rotary clubs. You don't want a bunch of old gits to sit around and drink martinis in the afternoon. Although I envy those guys. You want a young, robust club that got good action plans. By the way, when you join these clubs that you can't afford, you want to be on two committees. You want to be on the membership committee, because then you're going to see everybody that comes through the door. And you want to be on the finance committee. Not the golf tournament committee, not the Christmas, none of that crap. Those are the two committees. And you'll meet, a lot of great people. Another thing is not part of this, but I used to go to places like La Quinta Country Club in Palm Springs. At that time, rent per night was $219 a night. My rent at my apartment was $210 a month. But I'd go there one night a month. And that's how I met Jack Benny. You guys are too young. Jack Benny and a bunch of people. And I used to go to expensive restaurants, and where I could only afford. I couldn't buy the expensive things on the menu. I also used to go to the airports. This is before security, and I'd see the people getting off first class Pan Am from London to Los Angeles, and I'd see how they dressed. In those days, they all were dressing with coats and hats, and they were dressed up. Nobody travels that well. Hardly anybody travels that way. I would also either using miles. You're not going to meet anybody but a pig fucker flying coach, if that. Spend money. Fly at least business class. You might meet somebody. You never. And I used to spend. And again, I'm not recommending this, although some of my mentees do it. I spent 125% of every penny I made until I was 60 years old. 6-0. I never wanted a backup plan. I pushed myself to the wall. I had it. If I made $1 million, I spent $1,250,000. If I made $10 million, I spent $12.5 million. Until I'm 60 years old. Which seems a long time ago. Some of you, most of you aren't even 60, but when I'm 60, then Sally and I decided to downsize. We sold all our property and houses. I wish we had kept a couple, but anyway, that's another story. That's the answer to your question.
All right, so
thank you.
Smell the leather in as many aspects.
Yeah. Smell the leather. Go to the Rolls dealers. Go to, we've got a mentee in here that just bought his second McLaren. I believe in that. And don't be cheap when you tip. For nothing else, it sends bad karma. I cannot have any results directly attributed to the fact I'm a big tipper. But I am a big tipper.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Hello, Dan. My name is Claudius Fertesi. I'm from Munich, Germany. The past 3 years since I left school, I built the world's biggest scootering YouTube channel with over 1 million subscribers. My question to you is, once you sold your companies and you exited the company, let's say you made 300 million pounds, what do you do with the money to then preserve and then grow?
I bought shit. I bought mansions. I had, in those days I had planes, 3 planes. And I'm not recommending, you can't justify a plane, you just can't. But I had 3 of them. I had a jet helicopter, can't justify that either. But I gave a lot to charity. Sally and I have always given a good portion of our wealth to charity. But you don't put it in the next deal. If that's your question, keep cash. Sally and I are in 100% cash. We don't own stocks, bonds, nothing. Cash. For when the big motherfucker tsunami hits and bankrupts all of you, Warren Buffett, Dan and Sally Pena, Microsoft, all these companies that are sitting on hordes of cash, there's a reason for that, meatheads. When the big motherfucker comes and you all drown, cash will be king. Not bitfuck, not gold, not silver. That's all horseshit for losers.
What about buying cash flowing property for the long term?
No. I just answered you. You don't like the answer? It's fine. Sit down. I answered you. I'm not cash flowing properties.
And I liked your answer.
Well, it's fine. You get one question. Next, please.
Pleasure to meet you, Dan. Manuel, 39 years old, Maryland, USA.
Maryland.
Yes.
Okay.
Question is regarding the emotional bank account that you mentioned.
Yes.
How do you keep your emotional bank account full? And,
with great difficulty.
It doesn't look
now, the devil or Allah or somebody blessed me with self-esteem. If you've got high self-esteem, you have no trouble with your emotional bank account. None. Well, and since I grossly underestimated the self-esteem that people I thought had when I started coaching. I mean, the first 18 months I wasn't sick to my stomach, but I was just overwhelmed that so few people had self-esteem. And they asked the emotional bank account questions, and you should. But show me your 5 people you hang, you chill with. For most people in this room, they're losers. If they have no self-esteem either with you, you don't see Warren, Bill, when Steve was alive, Jobs, they don't go to, thank you, they don't go to sports bars and watch 20-year-old football games. They don't chill, they don't hang. It's better that you by yourself. I mean, I haven't, other than we're going to have dinner with 2 of the guys that I've known since I'm 10 years old in a few days in Los Angeles, all my meetings are business orientated. And business orientated where I have an opportunity to make money, not them make money. Because I'm selfish. And you should be more selfish. I used to be a single-digit golfer. And the doctors used to say, I'll play with anybody that can take off Wednesday to play golf. Had nothing to do with whether they were, it's all back to self-esteem and emotional bank account. Not that they were going to get better at golf, only that somebody could play golf Wednesdays, like doctors used to take off. I don't know if they take off Wednesdays anymore. What kind of reason is that? I'd rather play golf by myself. Most of the rounds of golf I played, as a single-digit player, I played by myself and my caddy. I didn't play with anybody. Because bad golf rubs off. And I was a great golfer. You know, you see a guy snap hook the fucking ball out of bounds enough times, I mean, all of a sudden you start rolling your hand over and you're stomping them out. So, but you're judged by who you hang around with. If I judge you kids by the people that you hang with, I wouldn't judge you very highly. And that goes for you adults that have kids. Most of your kids are losers. Jesus Christ. I know you don't want to hear that, but it's the fucking truth. And your kids think you're a loser. That's pretty pathetic. It's worse than pathetic. I don't even know a word that describes it.
That's it. Thank you,
You're
sir.
welcome. Yes, sir. You can tell certain questions excite me more. I stand up. Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Pena, Johan, 34, New York, United States.
You say New York?
New York, United States. As a former Maryland State Police, I want to thank you for your service, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Question is, how can I get into city like Baltimore City, fucked up city, and clean up the city and make a dinosaur shitload of money?
Well, I tell the kids, figure out a product or a service to change 1 billion lives and you'll be instantly a billionaire. Zuckerberg's the most recent example, I think. I don't think I know. I mean, it's cleaning up the city would be easy if the city really wanted to be cleaned up. They only want the city to be cleaned up if, by some reason or for some reason, they're impacted. You know, there's probably 100 million apps now that are supposed to change the world. 6 or 8 or 20 of them have changed the world. But your odds are, 6 out of 100 million.
So the guys are like a Jerry Kushner. He just bought 6,000 apartments in Baltimore City with $1.1 million.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's fine. But I'm one of the last guys who's made a lot of money who has made zero money in property. The only property salary we had, $30 or $40 million, but it's our homes we lived in, not buildings. So I don't believe that story. Now, if the best case scenario about climate change is 3 meters or 10 feet rise in the water. You want to look at a map, 2/3 of the world's gone. Your buildings in, not maybe Baltimore on the water?
No, it's not.
Okay, Baltimore, 2/3 of the world's gone. Do you think they'd still be building these goddamn things in Florida and New York City if they knew, or there was a high probability that 2/3 of the planet's going to be gone? Half of Europe's gone. Netherlands is, I mean, but I felt this way for 25, 30 years about property. But that's his model. That's not my model.
Thanks,
okay?
Sir.
Thank you.
Hello, sir. My name is Giuseppe from Italy. I am 32 years of age and I'm a carpenter and run a small construction company in Ireland. My question is here today for you is, when the big day comes that you announce that you're not going to teach the QLA program no more, have you or...
How did you know I was going to announce that today?
Have you or are you willing to or do you have a coach that you're...
No. I'm not handing the baton over to anybody.
No, I'm not asking the question.
Okay.
If you excuse me. But the question is, when it stopped, what are all the world going to do?
Well...
You're gone.
Thank you, but I don't care. I couldn't care less. I couldn't care less.
And if there is a guy out there that is willing to teach the QLA program just the way you teach...
There's a lot of pretenders, but
there's nobody like
the only
you.
guy, Bruce Whipple knows more about QLA than probably anybody on the planet other than me. He may even know more than I do. And we have people that have models that are the soft end of QLA. Brian QLA Rose, Dan Locke. But they're teaching the soft end. Okay? And I'm not saying it doesn't work, but it's a soft end. And if you want to create, like, there's 2 or 3 guys in the audience, I'm not going to embarrass them, that have made 30, 40, 70 million in the last year. The last fucking year. They might consider that generational. I don't. You got to make... I say the benchmark is 250 million in the bank after taxes. Changes your life. Most of you would settle for a lot less than 250 million, I understand. But I'm not interested in what comes after me, and that's why I put so much on YouTube for free.
Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome.
Hello, Mr. Pena. My name is Dominic Catania. I am a 40-year-old dentist from Tampa, Florida. My question is, I'm an oral surgeon. I do surgery all day from basically 8 o'clock in the morning.
So you can't have somebody die?
Hopefully not.
You'd have to fuck up, though, right? You'd have to fuck something up.
When they're being sedated, it gets a little...
all the docs blame it on the anesthesiologist.
Yeah.
I've never met a doctor, I'll be 75 in a few months, that had said, no, I killed the bastard. No, but I didn't kill the bastard. The anesthesiologist screwed up.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's mostly what it's from. But
okay.
The question is, so I'm in surgery and seeing patients 8 o'clock in the morning till 6 o'clock at night, 5 days a week. What is your advice on how do we make these calls?
Okay, I'll tell you how, full disclosure, I'm his chairman. A vascular surgeon did it. He moved all his surgery Friday, Saturday, Sunday. His staff quit. He used to do Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, 100% of his surgeries. And he did QLA Monday through Thursday. But I told Joe, they're all going to quit. And he says, I'm hoping. And they all did quit. Just imagine if you told your staff, we are now just operating Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Yeah, I actually get contracted by other offices, so I don't actually have my own staff, so
okay,
that may not be a possibility.
Well, then, I mean, just work more efficiently.
Yeah, got to work maybe 4 days a week instead of 5. In your opinion, are the margins, do you think, are higher in dental or maybe rolling up bedpans? Or what is your opinion?
The margins are higher in bedpans.
Yeah. Okay.
And by the way, we go from diapers to diapers, guys. If you live long enough, you're going to be wearing a diaper because you lose control of your bodily functions. Everybody understand that? But the margins are big. Not everybody wants to wipe old people's asses. And there's death in bedpans. Every month, you know, when I see 97% occupancy, 100-bed facility, well, we got to get 3 or 4 deaths this month. But I don't look at them. We just got to fill the beds up. You know, if you don't like death and wiping shit off asses, don't get in the biggest margin. There's big margins there for a reason. Because nobody wants to wipe your old man's ass.
Perfect.
Okay?
Thank you.
Okay, Doc.
My name is Leon Kuhle. I'm 19 years old and from Germany, and I'm doing QLA full-time. So I'm working on a roll-up in the US mobile home park sector, but I'm still living in Germany with my family. So would you recommend getting a job and doing QLA part-time, but living in another area?
Now, when you say with your family, you mean your mother and father?
Yeah.
Okay. For those of you that are at home, get out. I mean, do whatever it takes. The kids that I've met over the last few years, 30 years old, and they live at home. 30 years old, they live at home with their wife. And the bedroom's next to their parents. Do they take turn fucking or something? What if your mother's a screamer? And you got the bedroom next to her, right? And she's telling your father, give it to me, Harry, give it to me. No, Hans, give it to me, Hans, give it. What kind of bullshit is that? Or maybe your wife and girlfriend's a screamer. And they're two screamers. Ah, give it to me. Move out.
Hello, Mr. Pena. My name is Leon Quach, 27, and I'm from California. Before I ask my question, I want to say that I'm not a very religious person, but the only thing I believe in is Penism.
Thank you. Thank you.
A couple of industries that I'm looking into. One has, in the U.S., one has a total of 2,000 to 3,000 in the U.S. Is that considered fragmented enough?
Yep.
Okay. What do you think about the coffee industry?
Oh, coffee?
Yes, coffee.
It's tough to penetrate the market. You know, everybody, not everybody, but there's already a lot of people with a market share, so I wouldn't. When you said coffins, I said, now that's big margin business, coffins. No, okay. I'd skip coffee.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi, Mr. Pena. My name is Guillaume, 35 years old, from Canada. I live in Vegas. So once you have 2, 3 LOIs and they're all good deals, do you focus on closing one deal at a time and then you move to the next one, or you can be working on 2, 3 deals?
Well, no, you push the LOIs as forward as you can. But remember, LOIs, 1, aren't binding. 2, are always subject to due diligence and finance. If your LOI doesn't say subject to due diligence and finance, you screwed up. Okay, so, but you can't do, unless you've got a big M&A team, which you don't in the beginning, you can't do due diligence on more than one business at a time. So you pick the lowest hanging fruit or the most viable of the 3 LOIs and do the due diligence. Now, in the smaller deals, your board will be able to do the due diligence. Your accountant, your lawyer, your industry experts on $1, $2 million deals, or £1 or £2 million deals will be able to do the due diligence. So you're not going to be burning through delayed fees with your big accountants and big lawyers. Above $2 million, and the reason why you want the big accountant firms and the big law firms, if something goes wrong, or what should I say, when something goes wrong, you've got somebody to sue that's got big malpractice insurance. If you do the due diligence by yourself, who are you going to sue? Yourself? For fucking it up? Now you don't, I have people, I get letters from the big accounting firms. Why are you telling people to sue us because we got big malpractice policies? Because you can't even get the words out right. I believe with all my heart that that's engagement in self-sabotaging activity on purpose. So push them along, but once you start the actual due diligence, that means feet on the ground, boots on the ground, whatever the metaphor you want to use. Checking the books, being on, talking to the staff, talking to the employees, but you can't push all three unless you have a big M&A team, and I don't think anybody in this room's got a big M&A team. Mergers and acquisition team.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello, my name is Gabe Janusa from New Orleans. I'm 39 years old. My question is about clawback provisions for your board. Like everybody, I imagine, is trying to put together a board. Nobody wants to get screwed over. So if you have somebody on the board or the chairman that goes rogue or possibly tries to steal your deal, what can you do to claw back?
You described them to a T. If you allow it through lack of leadership, they go rogue, which normally means they're going to steal the deal. And if the deal is talking to your chairman as opposed to you, the deal's going to go with your chairman because he's got 40 years experience, et cetera, et cetera. And the way to prevent that, one, you do not incorporate until you got, as I learned in the Onassis group, until the cake is baked, and then you can argue about how to slice the cake. Not deals that we're going to bring, but deals that we've got on the table. And the clawback, you're talking about clawback, the equity you gave them.
Yeah, to buy
well,
them.
you shouldn't be giving them equity until the company's incorporated. But if they have equity, the current flavor of the day right now is that the kids don't give, let's say the chairman's going to get 10%. They don't give the whole 10%. They give maybe a signing bonus of 1 or 2%, and then they have installments. The second year they get 3 more percent, the third year 3 more percent, the fourth year 2%. Now we have some of the kids, which I disagree with this methodology totally, give 1/12 of a percent, 1/12 of a percent monthly. Now, and if you can get a chairman to accept that, he must be brain dead. I mean, but that's insulting. That's, some of these guys won't accept vesting, what you're calling about vesting. They won't accept vesting, and some will. But the younger kids should use vesting because they're going to be poor judges of character. They have no experience. Now, there's a few bald heads and gray-haired and wrinkled guys in this audience. Of course, none of the gals have gray hair or wrinkles, but the guys do. That you shouldn't make that kind of mistake. You shouldn't have to go through 20 board members like Josh did. You shouldn't. Did I answer your question?
Fair enough.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Pena. My name is Shay. I'm from Belgium. I live in the UK. I'm 40 years old. I'm currently forming a board, but I'm interested about the
Whenever there's a but, I'm skeptical. Okay, but continue.
Yeah. Now I'm just telling my progress anyway. So my question is around which one industry that I'm interested in, the aerospace industry. So I wanted to know your thought on it. The aerospace industry.
Aerospace.
Yeah.
It's hot, but I mean, there's the aerospace engineering for small subcontractors. I won't say easily rolled up, but they're easily rolled up. You're not going to be, I used to say this before the guy at Boeing got thrown out. You're not going to be rolling up Boeing, etc. But now would be the time. If I was another airline production company, I'd be all over Boeing right now. And our first offer is insulting. Meaning, on this deal that closed at 3.75, if I remember correctly, the first offer was $2 million. You want to insult them. 100% owner finance, $2 million, you got it. Jack. You look at it, what the fuck? But you want to, the first offer is shock and awe. It's hard for him to go back 10 million. And if they won't come back at all, then you don't have a prospect. But aerospace, the subcontracting level is pretty hot.
Okay. Thank you for your teaching as well.
Thank you. Okay. Sir.
Hello, Mr. Pena. My name is Jeroen, and I'm from Holland. I'm 36 years old.
A lot of Dutchmen.
Oh, yeah.
Check your wallets. There's a lot of goddamn Dutchmen in the room. Check your fucking wallets. Remember the tulip bulb? 1535 to 1537, they invented the first stock exchange. Most of my Hall of Shame are Dutch. True story. Go ahead. They drove right up to ING Bank. They withdrew the working capital and the line of credit in cash and drove off to Dubai. Go ahead.
Thank you.
In fact, you kind of look like him, but anyway, go ahead. But I mean, most of the Dutchmen are blonde, blue-eyed. Anyway, go ahead.
I got a question about the chairman anchor. Does he has to be the chairman of the executive board or a supervisory board?
In Europe, some of the countries have two board levels.
Yeah.
They have a supervisory board and an executive board, okay? Your chairman will be most likely, he can be chairman of both, but he's most likely going to be the supervisory board.
Is that sufficient for?
Yep. As long as he oversees. Most supervisory boards don't do shit except collect fees. And so the important thing for all your board members is you want them there not for the money they're going to put in, because you don't ask them for money, but for their time, expertise, experience. And but the only way they can exhibit that time, experience, and expertise is by taking action, telling you this guy's wrong, this guy should be fired, we shouldn't do this deal, etc.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Mr. Pena. Nathan Payne, 32, from Athens, Georgia.
Athens, Georgia, my God.
Your city's beautiful as well.
I went through OCS, officer school at Fort Benning, Georgia.
Yes, sir.
Oh, God. Okay, go ahead.
So everything you've said, for me, that's easy peasy, like your daughter says. This is kind of a curveball question. Like you said, doing your homework, your practice. Your wife, what was the biggest one thing that made you know she was going to be the one?
You're never sure 100%.
Well,
after all these decades, where is she?
Wrong, but never in doubt.
After all these decades, I'm almost positive. After all these decades, I'm almost positive. You never know, but I mean, the first thing you're attracted to is chemistry. And she was a transaction professional. And she was across the table in a deal, the other side. She was with E&Y a million years ago. And she was multifaceted. Her degrees, she's a psychologist first, chartered accountant, she's a cordon bleu chef, and she sailed across the Atlantic.
Damn.
So she used to be a bodybuilder. And when we go to the gym, when you have to put plates on for her to do bench presses, let's say I'm working out with you guys, and they used to add plates until they got to her, and then they'd add more plates for me. But guys didn't like working out with her. Alex, I don't think we'd have to add plates for you. Yeah. Yeah, but I just, chemistry first. I like blondes with big tits. I'm telling the truth.
Thank you for your service, and thank you for your time, sir.
Hello, Mr. Pena. My name is Lucas, 28, Paris from France. If you were mobile, would you relocate, or because I don't hear many feedback from France, is there a reason, and how would you apply QLA?
You mean about doing this in France, Paris?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Paris is tough. Parisians are assholes, basically. And I went to school in France, so as a little kid, but I also went to school in Germany. But it's easier outside of France.
Which country, like the UK, for example?
The UK are just lay down. They bend over and spread their cheeks. The Brits are great. I've been here since 1981, and I mean, you can make a lot of money here. And they let everybody in just about. Now, I'm not agreeing with that policy, but why not? So, I mean, everybody can come here. Almost everybody, there's a few exceptions. But I would come to the UK.
All right. Thank you very much for your free material and service.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Lloyd Tonetto. I'm from New York. I'm age 23. You've said that if you speak like Haiti or the Brazilian language, go there. I speak a pretty good Filipino. Is the Philippines a comparable option, or what do you think? I just want to hear it from you.
Where's my Filipino staff standing behind me? So you speak Tagalog?
Yeah.
Well, there are fragmented industries there, but it's very tough to get past there's 5% or 3% of the population has 98% of the wealth.
Wow.
Although we were there 8.5 years, Sally and I paid our penance. 8.5 years in the Philippines, 3.5 years in India, and 1.5 years in China, and plus other places. So but it's harder. I mean, it's infinitely easier in the United States.
So stay here, yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Pena, I was scared shitless to come here to ask a question. Heart rate 110, 140 by the way now.
Okay.
But I came here even when I'm not wearing a diaper. But I have a question. I started a business in healthcare, nutrition in particular, and I'm very passionate, believe in it. It has it's not high revenue yet, but my business partners are not really engaged and they're dragging me backwards. I have a minority share. Should I apply
well,
the
if you got a
QLA?
minority share...
Well, 39%, so I have the most share of the three. Should I
what
go?
What do they have?
33 and 21.
Well, I mean, but you don't have control. And I like to tell you that it'd be easy to buy them out, but it isn't easy. Unless you have a push-pull agreement, which most people don't, meaning you agree when you start the company and some formula to value the business. When you fall out of love 5 years down the road, and then either I push the deal on you or you pull it from me, but it's the same price. And most people don't have these push-pull agreements, although you can Google them. I mean, they're prevalent around the world. But I'd look at, if you can't buy them out, I'd start another business on my own.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello, Mr. Dan. I'm Punya, 37 years old, and I'm from India, and I live and work in Norway. For healthcare and assisted living, do you think approaching government is the first and best way, like how, rather than banks, could you name some advantages for government than banks?
Well, and for those of you, and I'm not, that live in areas that have what they call third world lending, in other words, Detroit, parts of Chicago, parts of India, where the IMF and the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank have set up funds. South Africa, Mandela did a great job setting up a secondary and a tertiary banking system because he didn't think that the black executives were ready to take over running the country. But India, I would look at the World Bank, and there's different funds.
Sorry to interrupt. Your take on Nordic specifically, Nordic countries?
No, I don't know. I don't know the specifics in India.
In Norway.
Oh, Norway.
Yeah.
You said you're Indian, but you're in Norway.
I'm an Indian, but I live and work in Norway.
Okay,
and I think of building the business.
Oh, Norway's a slam dunk. The Norwegians are easy. Not quite, they're easy, but they're pushovers. I mean that in a good way. I did some work with the Sovereign Wealth Fund of Norway about 1.5 years ago. And this works every place.
Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome.
Hi, Mr. Pena. Antonio Rios, 23, El Paso, Texas. My question is, as far as, because I know you mentioned with cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, pretty much if we found out who had started it, who was behind it, it would drop to zero the next day. Do you think banks will ever finance deals, crypto?
Not anytime soon.
If so, when?
No, I don't know. But I called the top of the Bitcoin market in December 2017. Nobody listened to me. I had somebody at the seminar, the penultimate, the second to the last seminar I gave at the castle. They lost 1.8 billion in Bitcoins. The two brothers, 1.8. They went from, they have 12 million left of their Bitcoin fortune. I said, sell. If you're not going to sell half, keep half. Remember? For those of you that... Not one motherfucker on the planet listened to me.
Thank you.
When you find out who's behind it, you will shit yourselves.
Hello, Mr. Pena. This is Florian from Germany. I'm 21.
See all the midgets they had here. You tall guy.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. What do you want?
So my question is, you said poverty rubs off, but yet you
Poorness
coach...
rubs off.
Poorness, yes. Yet you teach all these people that are poor. How do you keep your emotional account?
Because one or two of you have the potential to be billionaires. I showed you the picture where Bruce Whipple from 1994, 6, in addition to himself, are on the Hall of Fame. 1 is in the Hall of Shame. I'd like to say he was a Dutchman, but that would be a lie, but it's a better story that he was but he's not a Dutchman, he's actually an American, the guy in the Hall of Shame. And there was about 45 or 50 people in that room. So 10% made, there are no billionaires in that room, hundreds of millions. 10%. But now, you know, I've reached my goal. Selfishly, I've reached my goal. What I started out to do. And so either logically, and I'm not a logical person, I would continue to do this until it stops being fun, although last year was pretty close to not being fun, or I do something else. And so, everybody's a candidate to be a billionaire. Everybody, if they're willing to make enough sacrifices. It's just that hardly anybody's willing to make the sacrifices, and the more comfy you get, you know, living in your little 3-bedroom apartment, I don't understand how that's comfort. But anyway, the more comfortable you get, the lazier you get. You're satiated on poorness. Most people get satiated on wealth. But you get used to being poor. Your parents were poor. Your grandparents were poor. So I'm doing it for the 1 or 2 people. But I made this commitment for the seminar 8 months ago. 8 months ago. And again, I was, you know, just testing demand, and there certainly is still a demand, and we sold all the seminars. But now, I'm, you know, in my closing remarks, I'm going to make some remarks that may stun some of you. But my goals have changed from when I started doing this 26 and a half years ago. I thought I was going to do this 3, 5, 7 years, and I'm out. Because I thought I'd create, you know, $1 trillion overnight. Because I know how easy it is to make money. It was one of the biggest mistakes in my life, because you can never underestimate how wrong you can be. In most of your investment decisions, most of you got married for the wrong reason. Most of you had kids for the wrong reason, especially since at least half of you are accidents. Most of your life has been for the wrong reason. It's been more serendipity than plan. You know, there's a couple guys out here that, you know, have the potential. And I'd be a disingenuous liar if I told you all did, because you don't. You just don't. We have 969 people in this room. 969. 1 out of 1,000, so call you 1,000, has what it takes. No, you all have what it takes. It's whether you're willing to use it or not. If you're making 500 grand a year, which is nothing, and you got a nice house, and you got 2.4 kids, and 1.5 dogs, and yada yada, and you got a what do you call it? A vacation home, a ski home. Well, I'm not that interested. Most of you, the people that I just described, you're already considered successful. Not by my standards, but by world standards. By world standards. But you wouldn't be here, for those of you that I just described, if you thought that was success. You wouldn't be here. Now, most of the people aspire to you know, make $500,000 a year or $1 million a year. This is a long-winded answer that, because, you know, I'd like to put some more billions up. But the longer I do it, the easier it gets. And I believe, Brian Rose and Bruce Whipple, that I have touched a lot of people. So that's what I do.
So my actual question was...
But your pornness is never going to rub off on me. Because if that's your other question, that's not going to happen. There's not a, that just won't happen. If you take the average of the 5 people I'm with, there aren't 5. They're not 1. Most of the time I spend is with my wife, who's a high-performance person. I don't spend time. I'm going to go to a board meeting, and one of my kids, we're having a board meeting in Washington, D.C., and so I go to the United States for board meetings. And those kids are pretty high performance. By your standards, they're super high performance. By the stable of kids that I've coached, for right now they're also Rands. But it's not easy to make $1 billion, guys. It's easier doing this, but you're going to fuck up and do the meathead model, and you're going to take money from your family because that's easier than getting a working capital loan, so you think. Or that's easier than getting a line of credit or an overdraft, or so you think. But it's not.
So how do we resist the...
You just have to... it's not a matter of resisting. Because you had poor training. If you had right training, like the Williams sisters, you wouldn't have to resist shit. If you had the right training like Tiger Woods, you wouldn't have to resist anything. They were trained to be great. My little shit grandson, the future legend. But most of you, not that you can't make a lot of money, but most of you in this room are past it. You're not going to build self-esteem. I would be a lying son of a bitch if I told you. You're way, way past it. All you can do is fake it. Whoever tells you is a lying son of a bitch. That's not going to happen. Doesn't mean you can't make $400 or $500 million, but you're way past the self-esteem years. That dog left, and he's peeing in the tall grass with the other big dogs a long time ago. But that doesn't mean you can't create generational wealth. But it just means your board has to be that much stronger. But if you don't lead your board, they're going to shit on you and take your deal and kick you to the curb. That's what you should be concerned about. Finding the fields, and that's all easy peasy. It's keeping the motherfucker once you bring on the dream team. Because they'll snap your necks like a fucking pencil and won't ever look back. Next.
Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Pena. My name is Wu. I'm 24 from Hong Kong.
Hong Kong?
Yes.
My wife and I were just there. But go ahead.
Based on the situation and what you have told us, it should be a good time to find motivated
sellers. There's a lot
sellers.
of companies for sale in Hong Kong.
Yep.
A lot of motivated sellers.
I'd like to know if the politics with China will affect...
I don't know that. I don't know that. But I know there's a lot of motivated sellers in Hong Kong.
Will it affect the exit strategy in pulling money?
It might. It depends what the Chinese do. If the Chinese make Hong Kong part of China, it will affect your exit strategy.
And if my main interest is in other industry, will you still recommend doing healthcare first?
No.
And then
it's easier if you like what you do, because the romance will end. The bloom will be off the rose sooner or later. And if you really like helping old people, which I don't know how you could, but there are people that like helping old people. What the hell do I know? Okay. It's a lot easier to be in healthcare assisted living. But if I've got guys that are rolling up dental practices that hate the dentist. They only have bad memories of the dentist. We can almost all share some bad memory about a dentist. But you need to like at least like what you do. Unless you're a generalist. I'm a transaction junkie. I just like deals. I don't care what the hell they are. If you're a transaction junkie, then you can get by.
The concern is, my main interest is the green tech and the food industry.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's 25 million of you.
Pardon?
There's 25 million that have interest in that. 25 million other little guys like you are trying to do that.
Hong Kong.
What's your unique selling proposition? Don't answer me. How are you going to differentiate yourself from 25 million other people rolling up tech? You're not.
Okay.
Bedpans.
Thank you.
Hey, how's it going, sir? My name's Yasser.
Now, I realize you guys are reading questions. You've written the questions down on your little thing. I thought you were praying first, you know. Go ahead.
Yeah, my name's Yasser. I'm from Toronto, Canada. I'm 25 years old. How do you calculate debt coverage ratios? And is a debt coverage ratio of 1.25 good enough, or should it be higher?
No, I like debt cover ratio 1.75 and up. And the ratio is how many times does cash flow cover the debt owed to the bank? I like 1.75 and up. And the reason why I like 1.75 and up is because you're going to fuck up the management of the business and you're going to fall below 1.25, not immediately, but almost immediately. And I like, the bigger the cushion, the better. Cushion meaning over 1.25 or 1.15. If you're IBM, you can borrow money at 1 to 1. I can probably borrow money at 1 to 1. But you should have at least 1.75 or greater, the debt coverage.
So you're saying if you're at 1.75 and up, you'll never lose money?
No, I'm not saying that at all.
Okay.
I mean, you guys could fuck up a wet dream. I mean, it's... Okay, next.
Good afternoon, Mr. Pena, sir. I'm Max Wellington, Wall Street, New York City. I just want to firstly announce that 2 days ago I closed my first $7 million deal. Thanks to you.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Whoops.
My question pertains to the military. Yourself, also an airline pilot or an Air Force pilot, and amongst many others that I know personally and prefer to do business with and prefer to hang out with, have been into the military or boxing and have served. I personally haven't served and over 30 now. Granted your experience in the military and what taught you and services across the board, granted your father was hardcore. What would you say the military and the military ethic, as well as the service ethic that comes from police, firemen and so on, has given you coming into the financial battlefield?
I mean, it's quite simple. I was given no room to deviate. I didn't have any choices in my life as a young man, kid. I was given no choices because my father believed with all his heart, almost till he died in his 90s, that given choices, kids fuck up. Now, you've been taught you grow by the mistakes you've made in the bad choices. Not my father. And how much have you grown by the mistakes you've made? How's your fucking program worked out? We all know, don't we? So it was just, I was given no choices. And I rebelled against it. And in my day, you went to jail or in the military. And I wasn't quite, even though I had been arrested several times, I wasn't quite going off to San Quentin, but I was down that path. And so it became obvious to me that I should volunteer for the draft. And that's what I did. And I talked those other two guys in on the buddy plan, which to this day, they still hold me accountable for that, especially since we didn't see each other our whole military careers.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Hi, Dan. My name is Jason from Vancouver, Canada, and I'm 37 years old. Do you have any advice on how to manage your family? For instance, if you're super...
No, I don't have any advice. The less contact, the better.
So even for your kids,
well, no, my kids make an appointment to talk to me. I mean, weren't you listening? Okay. If you don't teach your kids accountability, you don't know, and you never really know what kids are doing. You really don't know for sure. You hope and pray that you set the right value system and all that horse shit. And that's just what it is, horse shit. A couple of drinks, a joint, a roofie, and your girl's a slut. That's easy to go from my little virgin sweetheart child of 17 to a roofie slut. One transaction. That's it. And then you got a grandkid. No, I mean, I believe in private school system. Our kids went to the best schools money could buy, and they were thrown out of, the boys, the best schools money could buy. But there's a reason why the kids that go to these goody, not goody two-shoes, but rich schools, because they want to rub richness to rub off on each other. And there's schools like that across the planet. But it's not easy. I mean, raising kids is a thankless fucking job. And if you're going to do it right, it's, you know, the old days, one parent had and if you think one parent can raise kids, what are you smoking? If it's not addictive, give me some of that shit. And unfortunately, there's a lot of people that are raised one parent. In my day, which is decades ago, there was a home parent and a work parent. My mother was the home parent, my dad was the work parent. Now I know that they split 50-50. I don't believe in that 50-50 shit. I don't believe in that. And we haven't had, you know, where husband and wife split the task 50-50. We haven't had enough generations go by to see how that 50-50 model works. I'm making a prediction, it falls to shit. There's no data, there's no big data that says 50-50 parenthood works. There's no big data that says, well, there is big data that single parents don't work. You know, 65% of all minorities had one parent. Now, I'm not saying that the justice system isn't skewed against minorities, okay? Even though I'm a minority, nobody looks at me like a minority. But, I mean, families are a bitch. For a bitch. I used to go to weddings and funerals. And then I had to cut out weddings because everybody gets drunked up. And my dad used to introduce me as I came in the room. This is my son who lives in a castle. This is to our relatives. And I told him after 4 or 5 times, Dad, if you say that again, I'm not going to come to weddings anymore. Well, he can't help himself. This is my son that lives in a castle, so I stopped going to weddings. And same thing at funerals. I don't go to funerals anymore. Because, we don't ask our children to go to the family funerals or weddings. Nothing good is going to come from your 6, 8, 10, 12-year-old going to a fucking funeral or a wedding. Nothing good. They're going to see the poor white, black, yellow, brown trash you come from. And nobody gets trashier than a wedding. I used to think weddings were a good place to get laid as a teenager. I'd prowl around. Okay? Thank you.
Viva the QLA revolution, cabrones. I'm Ernesto. I was born in Cuba. I am a scientist. Brian Rose says I'm a mad scientist. And for the last 2 years, I've implemented the QLA philosophy to actually create this new field in oncology. It's called metabolic oncology. That book I gave you, the metabolic therapy for cancer. So Dan, I have no questions. Your teachings have crystallized in me. I need nothing else. And we're expanding to everywhere. We're coming to UK with the NHS. So, gracias.
Thank you. Next.
Hello, sir. My name is Ruben. I'm 23 and I'm from Romania. And I know your thoughts
Roma.
About your
fucking
Romanians.
gypsy.
Yeah, no.
A light-skinned fucking gypsy. Which means he's a crook, a thief. Anyway, let's go ahead.
So you said that QLA works the best where there is a rule of law.
Rule of law.
Yeah.
Romania's law is good enough. We have a lot of roll-ups in Romania.
Even with the deep state and
yeah.
Because I was thinking about going to the United States.
Well, fine. If you want to go to the United States,
and then wait
well,
to
the absolute rule of laws are here, Britain, United States, Canada. But you don't have, the rule of law is plenty good. We've got guys doing roll-ups. We have the second largest hospital owner in Hungary. We have roll-ups in Bulgaria, Estonia. I mean, so Romania, the law is plenty good.
Because, if a guy like your mentee that did 24 deals, it's in the deep state and he wants to fuck me over, you can't fight a guy like that.
Well, yeah, you can, but see, most of you, it takes money to fight.
Exactly.
Well, see, I never looked at it that way. I found the fucking money to fight. If you have a kid, and that's your favorite, don't bull, the one that you really like of all the little shitheads you have, and somebody put a gun to its head and pulled back the hammer, you've got 5 days to come up with such and such. Or I'm going to blow the little fucker's head off. You'd come up with such and such. Why can't you do it to build generational wealth? Romania's fine. But if you're going to, guys, litigation costs money. But I mean, I found the money, even when I didn't have any money. There's certain things worth fighting over. There's certain things worth dying over. And one of them is you try to take my fucking deal, you're going to be in court. The best thing that's going to happen to you, you're going to be in court. The worst thing that's happened, somebody's going to hit you with an axe handle and split your fucking head open at 3 o'clock in the morning while you're sleeping in bed next to your slut wife. So you got that continuum to look forward to. Somebody hit the old lady, leave me alone. Okay.
So it's just the same assisted living,
Correct.
just
Correct.
balls.
Assisted living.
Thank you. God bless you.
You're
Mr. Pena, nice to meet you. Adrian, 31. I'm gypsy number 2 also from
Oh,
Romania.
yeah, another Roma. Now you look more like a gypsy.
I can't say thank you for that, but
okay.
My question is, do you make the offer on a deal before you get the money from the banks and then go to the banks?
No. What? All you people that said that you looked at my side, you fucking idiots. You warm up the banks. Healthcare, verticals, assisted living. What are the EBITDA spreads you're lending on assisted living? They'll say 3 to 5. Our sweet spot is 4.5 times cash flow. Show them nothing. Then you go find businesses that are selling between 3 and 5 times cash flow. You tell the seller, and it's on my site again, we're buying business 3 to 5 times cash flow. They remember 5 times cash flow. That's what they lock onto. You know that you want to pay 3 times cash flow. And due diligence is a euphemism for knocking the price down. Only once in 50 years have I seen the price go up after due diligence. One time in 50 years. And it's the guy on the loop. He's talking about he sold, did his deal in 20 months. The guy with a bottle of whiskey in his hand. That guy is the only deal I've seen in almost 50 years where the price went up after due diligence. So you're ascertaining the spreads that the bank is willing to lend first. Then you go and find a motivated seller.
Right, and second part, what hurdles did your successful mentees with no track record in the sector have in getting a good board, and how did they overcome them?
None.
All right. Thank you. And thank you for everything.
Okay, you're welcome.
Mr. Pena, nice to meet you. My name is David Chung. I'm from Washington, D.C. I run a cybersecurity company. I'm 31. I have one question for you. Who in this room is selling their cybersecurity company? You mentioned that earlier.
I can't tell you that.
It's okay.
If he wanted
if you heard me,
if he wanted to tell you, you see what he looks like.
Meet me in that corner in the back.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Daniel Rincon. I'm a Colombian lawyer. I live in Brussels, work in Belgium for 10 years as an in-house counsel. I've been thinking of buying businesses.
This is Colombia, South America.
Yeah, Colombia, South America. Yeah. So I've been thinking of buying a business in Colombia, but I wonder if it's manageable from Brussels, staying in Brussels.
Boots on the ground. I don't believe in virtual management. Now, if you were real managers, yeah. But 99 out of 100 of you couldn't manage your way out of a wet paper bag. Implementation, execution, and making your people accountable is something that is foreign to most managers. And that's why I want you to be in 20 to 40% gross margin businesses, so you have flex. You have wiggle room that if, shit happens, hit speed bumps, you're still able to survive.
All right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Hi, Mr. Pena. My name is Nathaniel Pristine from Israel. I'm 25.
Got a lot of kids from Israel here. I must be doing something wrong. Because there's only rule of law there if you're an Israeli.
Because?
There's only a rule of law in Israel if you're a Jew living there. Otherwise, you're fucked.
You said in one of your past videos that QLA works for everyone besides very specific groups, and one of them were Jews from Israel. Why was that?
That it works for or works against?
Against.
Because there's no. Jews from Israel trying to have a rule of law in Israel, you're pissing into the wind. Israelis that live in Israel, there's a rule of law. But if I was a Jew, and a lot of people think I'm a Sephardic Jew, but if I was a Jew and I lived in El Paso, Texas, there is not going to be any rule of law for me in Israel. And there's a whole joke why, and I've been partners with the Israeli National Oil Company, the Kuwaitis, the Saudis, and the Yemenites, and all the Middle Eastern countries, other than Israel, laugh why there's no oil and gas in Israel. Now I happen to know why. And all around there's nothing but oil and gas that you can dig up with a straw. But Allah, in His infinite wisdom, this is the Allah side of the story, has chosen to give the Jews fuck all, nothing. Now, is that by accident? Or is it Allah's will? The Jews will say, just the opposite, that 6,000 years ago when they were roaming around the fucking deserts, that they did something bad, Sodom and Gomorrah, and that's why they've got no oil and gas.
They just found huge reserves right off the shores of Israel.
Right off the shores.
So
we'll see.
My question was...
I drilled there.
Okay. You said that you're...
There's not enough... Well, I don't have hair anymore. But there's not... I couldn't find... in the oil business, you call oil grease. There's not enough grease to comb my fucking hair with, found in Israel.
Okay. You said you hold on to cash because we're at the end of a cycle and shit's going to hit the fan.
Well, I mean... I predict that the fan's not going to get hit until the second half of the second term of President Trump. That's just a wild-ass guess.
So 2022?
No. He starts his new presidency in 2021, right? Yep. 4 years, 2023.
And
halfway through.
What would you do once that
No,
happens?
it doesn't matter. You're asking a question. You got no money. Fuck you. Go back to Israel.
Thanks.
Good day, Mr. Pena. You remember me? We met in Savannah. I'm Juan, everybody. How's it going? And my question is, so we only have to make 2,000 phone calls. It almost seems like nothing. So what do you, we obviously know what to screen for. So just like me just literally calling.
No, you're following, well, the steps aren't there anymore. You're following the 7 steps, and by 2000, you will have bought a company, built a board, accountants, lawyers. You'll have found countless banks, countless motivated sellers.
Well, the question was about motivated sellers. So on those phone calls.
Now, all 2,000 aren't motivated sellers.
Okay.
It's the last, 1,000. We've had people that have called in Canada, Western Canada, they've called 1,600 and haven't made a deal yet. So 1,600. And I'm not going to tell you the industry, but it's a little teeny industry because there's only about 2,500 in all of Canada, and 1,600 or 1,700 happen to be in Western Canada.
So just be on the phone and say, "Are you ready to sell?"
Yeah, just hi, smile and dial. They used to call it. I don't know what to call it now.
Sure, I appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello, Mr. Pena. My name is Joel Houwen. I'm from Suriname. I got a question for the audience that refers to you. Wouldn't we love to see the true life story of the $1 trillion man, Dan Pena, in Hollywood movies? Wouldn't we love it?
My deal...
Who's in for it? If you're in for it, then applaud.
My deal in the movie business is that, heretofore anyway, I'm too controversial, and that fuck, shit, vagina, cunt will not go down well in a movie. And if they bleep out all, and I haven't sworn too much in here, but if they bleep out every bad word, I mean, it's just going to be bleep, 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 bleep.
But it's allowed in a Hollywood movie, right?
Oh, yeah, well, no, yeah, but I'm not...
You never thought about it?
Oh, yeah, of course I thought about it. I mean, they just finished a documentary on me a week ago.
Who would you like to play your character?
No, well, I would like John Wayne in the old days.
Hey.
Clint Eastwood in the old days.
Yes.
But none of the current guys, they're all pussies.
All right, the fight for tonight, Conor McGregor versus the Cowboy.
I am not following it, but I would be surprised if the Cowboy loses.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Can I?
No,
have
no, fine, next. Yes, sir.
Hi, how's it going, Mr. Pena? My name is Ismail Watara. I'm from the Bronx, New York. I'm 24. And my question is, what have you seen to be the most overlooked things during due diligence in the bedpan industry?
Licensing. You have to have licenses. And those licenses sometimes are with a particular practitioner, and that practitioner is the seller, and they overlook the transfer of those licenses. We just had a deal close 20 months, the one there is substance abuse in Orange County. We had another one that took 3 years to transfer the license in New Jersey. California and New Jersey are tough states to get licenses transferred. And that's normally overlooked because in the website it says 15 to 45 days licenses transferred on the website. But that's only on the website. It doesn't really take, it takes multiples of 15 to 45 days. So it's the transfer of licenses.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi, my name is Marcin. I'm from Warsaw, Poland. I have a technical question. Because I understand that we're buying companies based on multiples. So are there any features other than industry specific that would make you pay like a premium on a certain business, or you wouldn't care?
No, I don't pay premiums. And that's why I tell you your first few acquisitions should not have property or real estate involved with them, because your multiple rarely will cover the increased. And so instead of paying 5 times EBITDA, if that had property, I'd probably wind up 7 or 8 times EBITDA just based on the valuation of the property. That's too confusing. Just, you want your first deal, no property. First few deals, actually.
Yeah, can I have another technical question, quick one? Seller finance, when you say like 7 years and a balloon payment, how big of a balloon payment works best?
Whatever's left over. 7 years, you don't pay the first 2 years, so you've got the 3rd through the 7th year. You're paying at the 7-year rate, so you're going to pay a balloon payment of, in the last year, of at least 3 years. The 2 years you skipped,
all right,
and the last year that's due. So you have a balloon payment of 3/7.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Hello, Mr. Pena. My name is Mario Müller. I'm from Germany. I turned 17 last week. And my question is, well, when I'm trying to build my dream team and the people I want to have in my dream team won't join because of my age, what should I do?
The same challenge, Josh Kim, who was 17. The same, well, not the same issue, because the guy I told you that is from Afghanistan, he looks 50 years old. And so the fact that he's only 18, nobody even questions it. But Josh Kim his age did not come up until the 3rd deal he did. There was a young banker who I believe was based on jealousy, at that time, by this time he's 19, and the age came up, but he had already done deals. I mean, majority or being legal In Germany, I think you have to be 18, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's a problem because we don't want somebody to co-sign for you. But that's the root. Some of the, little kids, 14, 15, 16, 17, they have somebody co-sign. And the last person you want to be involved is your parent. That's the last person. But normally, and this say shitty, it sounds shitty to say, you can get your mom to co-sign. You won't even tell your dad. Now, what kind of relationship is that? Or you can get your grandmother to co-sign. But if the deal goes south, why would you want to take your grandmother's money? There are ways around it, but they all have a price to action. All of them have a downside. Okay? Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Yeah.
No more questions.
Okay, so Dan's going to bring up the star mentees, and while they're setting up for that, a couple weeks ago, Dan, we had a discussion. I didn't hear that question, but that you should not be running these businesses. You should bring somebody in and manage.
Correct.
So what are your thoughts on that?
Well, some of you are going to pretend that you're CEO material, and you're not. A handful of you are CEO material because you're CEOs of real companies. But if you're not a CEO of a real company, then why chance it? If it's for the 5% that you're going to give away to a CEO, that's cheap money. That's cheap equity. And you shouldn't be concerned. Most of the kids are concerned about giving away equity. How many of you have played Monopoly before? Everybody, right? Monopoly money. And I'm not telling you to mismanage it because it's not your money. I'm not telling you to commit malfeasance because it's not your money. But it's not your fucking money. It's Monopoly money. But most of the kids, again, as I said maybe an hour and a half ago, can't manage their way out of a wet paper bag. Why would you think all of a sudden, you've been an engineer at Ford Aerospace for 25 years. You've been a senior manager. Now all of a sudden you're a CEO? What are you smoking? Give me some of that shit. As long as it's not addictive. Not since I've had one marijuana cookie now in my life, which makes food taste awful fucking good. I'm licking my lips just thinking about it. But no, that's the biggest mistake is they try to be CEO and they try to manage. Now we're going to have three, and Bruce is going to stay here because he's on the Hall of Fame as well. We're going to have three of my mentees come up. We're going to start with Brian QLA Rose. Next, we're going to have Marcus Bauer. And affectionately called Bavarian Bob, but Robert Mayer. You look awful serious, Robert. He really loves Bavarian Bob more than Robert, but if you believe that, I've got a bridge to sell you in Oberammergau. Okay, now these guys and Bruce Whipple are on the Hall of Fame for various and sundry reasons. That they've created a lot of money, mostly for themselves. But not totally. And if you want a save the world mentality, go hug the trees. These guys are much more at that end of the continuum than I am, except for Marcus, because Marcus used to cut down the trees. He was in the lumber business, and still is actually. Yeah. And I've known Robert Mayer about 12, 13 years. 2010, 10 years. I've known Marcus Bauer about the same time, 2010. In fact, Robert was the translator at the first one or two seminars. Didn't you help him with his English? No? Well, I'm having a dementia moment, okay. And then Brian Rose, who I've known almost 6 years now, who interviewed me and introduced me to social media. Now, I, like some of the other Neanderthals, thought social media was a joke and didn't spend any time on it whatsoever. And in the first interview that Brian did, and we've done subsequent interviews 5 or 6 times, and he's done a documentary about our relationship, etc. But I just had discounted it totally. Now, I'm not the only Neanderthal that discounted it totally, but when I decided, or was not forced into, but exposed to social media through Brian Rose's efforts, it gave me another 5 years, 6 years of life as a coach, a mentor, to be able to preach, if you will, the QLA methodology. And I've been viewed literally hundreds of millions of times, most of which has come through London Real, and other luminaries have picked me up, so to speak, and I've had a lot of stuff go viral. I didn't know what that meant in 2014. I now think I know what it means. Now, and that's unusual because Sally and I have been on the internet since the late 90s. We bought, remember, you can buy revenue cheaper than create it. One of our mentee's business, he wanted to fade himself out from notoriety. And so at one time, we were one of the biggest advertisers on Google. But social media part, I just missed completely. I didn't want to be an old dog learning new tricks. Now, arguably, I know a lot about social media. But I know that it has extended my lifeline as a coach. And I'm at easily the top of my game right now. And the top of my game for me is creating tens of millions, hundreds of millions, and even billions with you kids. Now, I'd like each one of them to say something. There's no script. We're not opening it up to questions, so don't, be raising your hand. But Brian Rose.
Yes. What's up, everybody? Well, Dan, I think everybody can kind of witness my journey with QLA by watching my wardrobe over the past 6 years and my facial hair. But Dan came on my show, and we published him on Easter Sunday, which he'll never let me forget, in 2014. And as many of you probably seen that show, he pushed me, and he's been pushing me ever since. I went to the Castle about 6 months later, and I just recently went back to the Castle for QLA Hard Core. And it was great to go back after 5 years because it just showed me again what Dan is all about, which is demanding more from me, period. And we all get in these comfort zones, and before I met Dan, everyone said how great London Real was and how great I was. But Dan came in and said, Brian, is this really great? Is this really the best you can do? Are you going to be happy dying with this? And part of me deep down inside, and that's probably why you're all here, part of you deep down inside knows you're not doing everything you could be doing. And you could be great, something great. And that's what Dan's taught me. And when I got back from the first QLA, you saw everything about me change, from my dress to my studio to my aggressiveness in business and my appetite for risk. That's what it's all about. And I was just at the Castle a few days ago, and Dan said one line which pretty much epitomizes my journey over the last 6 years, and that's this, and I think he's quoting the late Ross Perot, is that success is on the razor's edge of failure. And Dan also says whenever he meets an entrepreneur that says everything is great, he doesn't believe him, and neither do I. Because if you're a successful anything in life, nothing's ever great because you're on the razor's edge. You're putting it all on the line. You are risking things constantly in order to have mega success. And that's what Dan taught me as an engineer, to literally engineer risk into my life. And so I still need to always be reminded, but that's what he taught me. And so now when I wake up in the morning, I say, how can I introduce risk into my life? Because I know my default is to run away from risk. So that's been the biggest change for me. The latest Hard Core blew my mind even more. And now I've gotten back to London and my dreams are 100x bigger than they were. So I can't wait to get in and play with these new tools. And you've all kind of watched this whole journey and it's been documented. And that's what I get out of QLA.
And before we give them a round of applause, we're all risk averse. The only difference is I know that I have to drop it into low gear and jump into the wheels. And I have since I was a little kid. But we're all, you know, nobody, the two things in life that are pretty much assured. Nobody likes risk and nobody likes rejection. Myself included. But when it's, the risk dial is tuned up and I jump in. I euphemistically say, run towards the gunfire and kill everybody. When rejection, and I don't get rejected that often anymore, but once in a while I do, I know that I've got to go headstrong into whatever is causing that rejection. And I'm a good enough salesman, unlike you are now, that I can turn deals. I can be rejected by a bank and then convince them. And this is also online, my speech about convincing them. But nobody, you know, the greatest icons that ever walked were, you know, feared rejection and risk. So that's natural. It's what you do. And one of the comments I made that differentiated me from most is my dad taught me that it's not how we, it's not what happens to us in life, it's how we interpret what happens to us in life. And I was just either foolish enough, naive enough, or some people would say stupid enough, since I stood in with a dunce cap in a good part of my formative years, that I'm not smart enough to know that this is a risky situation. Now, when the buffalo ran over me, I knew, but of course I didn't plan for the fucking buffalo to run over me. You know, that happened because of a bunch of other serendipity. Okay, Brian Rose. Marcus Bauer, I teasingly said I knew him when he had hair. I'm not the reason, I don't believe, or I won't admit to, that he's lost some hair. But I've known him for about 10 years now. And Marcus, if you say a few words, I'd appreciate it.
Hey everybody, Marcus Bauer, Austria, 36, and I'm in real estate. First of all, I would like to know who of you guys have done a deal? Okay, a few. Okay, so basically I'm 36 years old, from Austria, grew up at a farm middle in the mountains. So my father is a farmer. More or less I have no education, school education. But I was a sports guy, which is quite an advantage, I would say. I was skier till I was 19 years old. I quit because I was too slow. I was under the 500 best skiers all over the world. Means nothing, dipshit, but at least something. With 20, I turned back, or I came back home to the farm, and basically it was planned that I'm going to be the next farmer. It's around about 100 hectares. How many acres are there?
It's 220 acres.
Okay. So it's about that, and it should be worth around about right now 5 million or so. But basically, after 6 months, I told my father, well, that's nothing for me, I have to do something else. I'm sorry, I'm gone. Sounds very, very easy, but that was the foundation in 2003. That's around about 2003. And in April 2004, I founded my first company, which is in the lumber business because we have a lot of wood, timber, trees in my area. So that's really where I know a bit about something in business, so to say. Well, it turned out not that great. which I just jumped over a few years, 2010 in September, I still remember, when I had a phone conference with Mr. Pena because I wanted to attend the October seminar also, and he said I should visit Mr. Robert Meyer. He's doing quite well, and he's in Passau in Germany. And now he's on my right-hand side. Anyway, my big concern was that my English is not good enough, and I cannot understand what Mr. Pena going to tell us and me. I would say I understand 30–40% of my first seminar. And basically I went there. So that was the start of the beginning of QLA. And I was in the lumber business. So Mr. Pena's advice first was exit the lumber business, close it down, as many of you guys got the advice. Of course, I did not follow his advice. So I tried to finger fuck around with this company, and plus minus right now it's making 2 million revenue means nothing, and 250K euro. Always when I'm talking about money, it's euro income. It's led right now by my brother. I still own 60% of this company, and I don't do anything anymore about that. But that's not the learning point or the learning curve for you. It would have been a lot faster if I just would have closed it down. Very, very tough. I couldn't do that because the family business, I'm not my father grew it up. I built this company, and my brother and now his wife had a job there. And basically I created a job for them. And I could not put the trigger on that. Anyway, 2010 I was at the seminar. 2011 in June I closed my first deal, which was real estate. It didn't come up in a second. I just checked around where I'm interested in, and then I went to real estate. It was a 3 million deal. I was nervous like hell when I was signing this deal. Anyway, I still remember the first purchase price was for the land, and then I had to develop it. It's 672,500 euros. I negotiated them down for 2,500 euros. Unbelievable. Anyway, so then we increased a bit the amount. Last year I did 23 deals, which was a motherfucker. It's unbelievable.
By the way, let me interrupt. He broke my long-standing 30-year record of 22 transactions with 23 transactions.
Thank you. And it was really, really tough. And I thought, in October, I had 20 deals done or something like that. I said, okay, it's enough. I don't want to do any deal more. It's enough headache. And if you do a deal, and if you have done a deal, you know what it means, what you have to check, what you have to do, and so on. And what comes with the deal when you run it. That's, as Mr. Pena said already, that's the real problem. Buying it is easy, but to deliver the numbers in time and accordingly, that's the real problem. But 20 is enough. Mr. Pena called me and said, or wrote me a mail and said, oh, you are going to break my record. It's about 22 deals. And I thought, fuck. Sometimes there's a chance in life when you have to break a record or do some numbers or whatsoever. And if you have done 20 deals and you're only 2 deals short to break a record, you cannot stop. So I did, and then it started a little bit. First of all, the 20 deals was easy. The last 2 or 3 deals were tough to close. Normally I was on my way to 25 deals, but 2 of them were delayed because of Christmas to January. And right now, it's, say, the afterbirth of 2019, I closed already 2 deals, and it should be 12–13 million this year. In euros, we did last year in purchase around about 63 million euros. I'm not happy about that because my main anchor deal created was a 140 million euro deal in Germany. And so I'm not happy with 2019. At least the numbers are good. I mean, the amount of deals which we did is good. I'm not happy with the volume. Yeah, I think that's more or less it. Thank you for teaching.
You're very welcome. Robert Mayer, affectionately known as Bavarian Bob, but he doesn't like Bob. But anyway, I still call him it. Go ahead.
I came the first time to Dan Pena in April 2010, and I think one thing we may have in common is that we get here because we are asking ourselves, or we feel something inside where we say, there is more, we want more. But the question is, what do we want more about? And what I feel is that I say, we are going through life kind of unconsciously, a lot of the time. And when we do what Dan tells us, when we put up a dream, when we follow the dream, that we conquer that we are really alive and we get more conscious. And this is something that we can really enjoy, and then we feel alive. And we go from deal to deal. That's what I'm doing at the moment. And the point is, when there is a time where there are less deals, for example, then we get more satiated, we get more comfortable. But the kind of life leaves us, or consciousness leaves us. And so what I enjoy very much, and what I can emphasize from my side, is then that when you are looking for that, basically, as Dan says, money is not everything, but it's the thing everybody keeps track of. The point is that basically you experience your life and you experience your consciousness and yourself being alive. And when you experience that, you grow. So 10 years ago, I was very introverted. I'm a physician, a physicist, and I was very introverted, and now I'm basically the other way around, extroverted. And so I kind of came to living with all that, and I enjoy it. It's really great. And so I can just emphasize for you that if you maybe come from the same position, or when Dan says you're all kids here, same for us, kind of, but that is your chance to wake up, to stand up, and to go to your full potential. And that's what I recommend for everybody here. And I think this is a point I can emphasize. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Robin. Bruce?
So in 27 years soon, what can you take away from those 27 years? There were tons of lessons I learned. At the top, I mentioned it earlier, I wouldn't be here if Dan didn't dislodge the big hunk of chocolate that I was choking on. So thank you for that first. Litigation, never had any experience, have had tons of experience, thanks to Dan, in litigation. I remember saying to him in the beginning of that, when I broke with the partner I had, it would be over in 30 days. And Dan said, well, that is a true virgin of litigation. 7 years later, 3,000 death threats. He's no longer on this earth. That was not due to me, but he's not around anymore. So that was a whole experience, how to use litigation. I think the other thing, and I've just seen this over and over and over again with Dan, is few people are truly committed and few people stand up when it's time to stand up or step off. Most people step off. And it's rare when you find somebody who will step up. One of the reasons Dan and I were in so many fights was, he joined in a lot of those fights, certainly. The other thing I totally, because I came from a corporate world before this, you really didn't see this in the corporate world, was the emotional bank account. If you know the story of Lucinda Burke, she did a lot of things absolutely right. One of the big mistakes she made was Dan used to talk about her pretty much as a poster child, which was well-deserved. She set a lot of records, she raised capital, smart. But when she started to get in trouble, she said, oh, I can't tell Dan what's going on. So she hid all that. And I would encourage you, you are always going to have problems, you're always going to have troubles. The longer you wait with those, you just rob yourself of time to solve them. And that was essentially, I think, her demise, certainly. So I think those are the ones at the top. I'm going to make a comment at the very end that had a great impact on me, but I cannot think of a better way to spend your life than building wealth. And it is certainly for you, but all the employees and all the people that you provide things to that never thought they would have that opportunity, for either them or their children. So thank you again, Dan.
Thank you, Bruce. Now, even though they're not on the Hall of Fame yet, I'm going to ask a couple people to stand, which if you thought I was going to leave you alone, what the fuck are you smoking? The old man that I've been alluding to that broke the record is 73 days is in the audience, unless he left. Carl, are you still here? Right? Carl, stand up. See that old man there? He is the current record holder, 73 days for a transaction. He's English, just like some of you. Roberto, are you still here? Roberto, just made in less than a year many tens of millions. Many tens of millions. He continues to make me proud. Thank you. In the last year. Now, I'm going to poke some of you in the eye. Tens of millions isn't a lot of money to me. For most of you in this room, it's a lot of money. He did it in less than a year. Less than a year. And I'm sure he and Carl are going to make their way to the Hall of Fame. I have more mentees in the audience, but I'm not going to point them out. But guys, gals, it's the only game in town using no money, which differentiates almost everybody in this room. If you have a little money, it's even easier. So in other words, if that spread between debt service and cash flow is 20 grand, 50 grand, 100 grand short, you can just step in and fill the breach. But that's not how the model was devised. The model was devised because I was dirt poor. $800 is pretty much dirt poor. Some of you that are living on gas fumes might not think 800 is no money because it could, maybe buy you a few meals. But these guys are the backbone of the program. And they're more or less regular guys. Robert, who's a physicist, he's a rocket scientist. And it's harder for rocket scientists once they get it. But once they get it, then it's easy. We all know that Brian Rose is an engineer from a school you don't have to explain about. Bruce Whipple is an engineer that you used to have to explain about the school, but now it's more or less considered a good school. And then we have Marcus, who was an athlete turned entrepreneur and didn't go to any of those schools. And of course, you've got me, that I went to a school I've got to explain about, okay? But we have everything in between. We've got A to Z. Education, no education. Homeschool, 16, 17-year-olds. Now, Carl's not the oldest we've had come through the program because we had 77-year-old back in the 90s. He's gone to his maker now. And so, but we've had, there's no rhyme nor reason, no educational base that gives you a preferential shot at creating generational wealth. And the more you know about the industry, and I'm going to talk about this in my conclusion, but I always wonder when I'm running on time. I've got 31 seconds to waste up here. But if it wasn't for Brian introducing me to social media, I don't know how the fuck I missed it, but it just didn't click for me. It just didn't. And why would people get involved in Facebook, etc.? Of course, now I'm banned from Facebook, but why? I still don't understand some of the things that are done on social media. I still don't understand that. Brian is a hell of a lot more expert than I am. But I want you to know, before my closing remarks, the Hall of Fame, we've got some great kids. Now, the Hall of Fame, as you see it on YouTube, is only about 30+% of my real Hall of Famers. 70% of my Hall of Famers don't want the exposure. They don't want the notoriety. They don't want you to make facial recognition. As they die, and I'm still alive, we will add their picture because they're photographed. Because I only made the deal with them that I wouldn't expose them as long as they're alive. So, and we lost some mentees in the last year. None of them were Hall of Famers. But I want to give these four gentlemen and Roberto and Carl in the back a big round of applause. Thank you. Well, at least for now, I haven't had to use this. And I'm sure that I won't. But it's now time for my close. And you don't have to get your credit cards ready. When a big seminar guy came to the last seminar, we actually had a couple. And I said, do they still sell from the back of the room? So, hell yes. He says, that's where most of our money comes from. And as I said sarcastically, I thought that died in the 90s. But most of the information that you've received in other seminars should have died in the 90s. Because I'm not saying it's meaningless, but it's almost meaningless, almost. Now, I'm going to read this, bear with me, and because this impacted the decision I've recently made. This is an email I got from a mentee January 15th, just a few days ago. This will be the last time I'll express weakness. It's been hard. The hardest part was dealing with my wife, followed by naysayers, and then by default. You once told me that a new marriage and a young wife is tough. I had no idea. Kept the marriage together, but Lord knows this would have been easier without her. Actually, marriage is more solid now without a penny to my name than when I had a little cash to throw around. I made every mistake you told us to avoid at least 3 times. I won't go through them. Burned through my savings and credit cards 6 months ago. Been running on exhaust fumes since. I've said that we are close to, for 2 years now, close to getting the deal done. But I'm going to start getting fucking deals closed in Q1. This is now. I hope you'll be impressed because I still expect to be the most successful QLA mentee ever in terms of value equity created. It'll all be legal, moral, and ethical, of course. Until I close a few deals, it's all bullshit. Just talk, but I think I got the process down. Just after 2 years, okay? I don't know which side of the continuum I want to be on, Henry Kissinger or Pena. There's 2 ends. There's the soft end and the hard end. I'm the hard end. Kissinger would be the soft end. I've tried both inconclusive results, laughing out loud. If I had to do it again, I'd do dental, veterinary, or bedpans, and I now run through the steps 30, 60, 90 days tops. Don't need any advice or help, just giving you an update. Most of the kids that come through the program fall between now and that. The average deal size in 2019, you kept 64.6% of the deal. The average time it took you to do a deal was a little over 17 months. 17 months. You heard a deal in less than a year, and you heard a deal in 73 days. So the only thing that's keeping you from doing deals is between your ears. It's you. This is a kid who is a scientist by education, and it's taken him a long time. But the important thing is he hasn't given up.
Dan Pena is the last alpha male on Earth. I believe he's an institution, and when he goes, they will never make another one like him. So I want to spend pretty much all the time I can being around him, soaking up all of his ideas, all of his influence. He's taught me so many things about life. Get comfortable being uncomfortable. Take risk. Go out there and be all you can be. Without Dan, I wouldn't be where I am today. A lot of people don't get Dan. A lot of people find him politically incorrect, and I understand that. But for me, he's a treasure, and he's a guy that has changed the world. And when he's gone, I just don't know what the hell we're going to do.
You met the guy that did 23 deals in 1 year. I know records were made to be broken, but fuck you, Marcus, for breaking my record. I thought that would stand forever. It stood 30 years, but and I'm proud as hell. But the real question is, what the fuck have you been doing? What the fuck have you been doing? Certainly not 23 deals. unless you were part of an M&A team at Goldman Sachs or something, I mean, or some big investment bank. But what Brian said and what Mark has accomplished, plus a couple other things, have brought me to a decision.
Dan, this is Victor Brick. How you doing? Lynn and I say hello. I'm sure you remember when we came to your castle in Scotland probably 20, 25 years ago. So I've been applying everything you told me to do. I got a world-class CFO. I hired people and built the business to the people instead of building the people to the business. And today, because of Planet Fitness and a couple of other ventures, on paper at least, I could be considered a billionaire. So, thank you. Hope to see you sometime. And let everybody know, you can tell everybody from Lynn and Victor Brick that what you say works. And we're living proof. Not bad for a recreation director, huh? My mother-in-law didn't want me to marry Lynn because I was going to be a PE teacher and a coach. She told Lynn, you marry that boy, you'll spend all your life in a smelly gym. Little did she realize we would own them all. But right now we own 75, going up to 150, maybe 200. Got clubs in San Francisco, Seattle, Tennessee, Maryland, Florida, just opened clubs in Australia. I could go on and on. A lot of it's because of what we learned that week with you at your castle. So God bless you.
Victor and myself want to thank you from the bottom of our hearts for all of your inspiration and wisdom that you shared with us when we visited Guthrie Castle in 1996, I believe, for your Quantum Leap workshop and seminar. So thank you. Thank you for being our secret mentor. We appreciate you and your experience and wisdom.
I have not heard from them other than this film in since 1996. They're multi-billionaires. So how many of these are out there that I don't know about? If they weren't doing a documentary on me, those people probably would have never been found, even though they're in the DC area. So Marcus breaks my record. I'm the last of the alpha male Neanderthals, according to Brian Rose, and he's probably true. The bricks turn up overnight, out of the blue, multi-billionaires.
But the truth is that at that point in my life, nobody else gave a shit about me. And Dan was the only fucking guy that cared. I don't know, does anyone else feel that way about Dan?
Yeah, it's a big honor.
I mean, that goes for my dad and my mom and my wife. No one else gave a shit. But Dan gave a shit. So that was a big thing for me. And from there, I just went back and started executing. And I know it might not look like I did QLA, but I fucking did QLA. And London Rio was QLA. I was going in every day and trying to crush it and crush it and crush it. And so that's what that was all about. A couple months ago, I just knew I had to go back to the well and had to go back and really learn the basics of QLA. And this week was absolutely fucking incredible. Blew my mind. Thanks to Dan and everything that you all taught me this week. So thank you all for teaching me, everybody behind the scenes, and Thomas and Daryl and Goomba Brothers and the fucking terrorist dude. And everyone here just really educating me. And sometimes it's that one sentence at that one moment. Ibrahim, I know who you are. Who's now, I got your files that are probably poisoning my hard drive. Tracking me. But this was life-changing for me. And as I just told EJ and Kat, I mean, watch what the fuck I'm going to do in the next 5 years. It's going to blow everyone's minds. And it's all because of this man here, Mr. Dan Pena, $50 billion man. And I know he's not Mother Teresa, and I know he's not out there changing lives, but he was fucking the guy, the only guy that cared about me, and he changed my life, and I know he changed all of yours. And so, Dan, I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. I think from everyone else here, you're a great man, one of the greatest men I've ever met, probably on this planet, and I really appreciate everything you do. So lots of love to you and Sally and to your quantum. Thank you very much.
Originally, this seminar that I posted 8 months ago was my sayonara. This was it. I was going to say, thanks for the fucking memories. You tub of shit, you black person, you woman, you fucking sluts. Thanks for the fucking memories, because I had had enough. Now, finding instant billionaires. Mark is breaking my record. Brian, not saying anything other than obvious, I'm probably the last alpha fucking male on the planet. I have decided not to quit. Thank you very much. So I'm going to continue to make millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions, billions, and tens of billions, and hundreds of billions with you fucking meatheads. And but this was it. And I have practiced another speech at least 500 times. Few shedding tears and but I'm not gonna. I wouldn't have missed you, but I was gonna lie and say that I missed you. But I'm selfish enough, based on those facts that happened, or those incidents that happened in the last 20 days, that there is still a need of this old man to keep dragging your sorry asses across the goal line. And I would be disingenuous if I didn't tell you I enjoy seeing Carl and New Blood Roberto. I enjoy the shit out of that. I would be disingenuous. I don't enjoy what it takes to get them across the line like I used to. So there will be another seminar, and it's going to be sooner than later. I'm going to do it one at a time and see how I like it. But there will be another one in this year, and I look forward to and this one-day thing, I'm probably not going to do another one for another 20 years, because this standing on my feet on my artificial knees, I would be a lying old bastard if I told you this was fun from about 3 hours ago because of my knees, okay? And I wear these arthritic old person shoes because they got a lot of padding and a lot of support instead of my fancy $3,000 or $4,000 shoes that Sally buys me or makes me wear that came from Italy. I think these were made in a brickyard someplace, but they're good. They're good. So I'm at your not disposal, but I continue to drive beyond $1 trillion. So my new goal is $2 trillion. $2 trillion. And I am the greatest of all fucking time. The greatest of all time. The greatest wealth creator of all fucking time since Moses. I wonder who they're talking about. I've created billions, tens of billions, hundreds of millions, billions, tens of billions, and hundreds of billions. And there's no other swinging dick on the planet that can say that. The greatest of all time. I like the round sound of that. Thank you.
Couple thoughts as we end. Good time? Good. Okay. Every once in a while, fate smiles on you. It certainly smiled when I met Dan in 1993. I think it just smiled on you too just a couple minutes ago. You absolutely have the tools. You absolutely have been shown how to do it. I can make no guarantees on whether someone will be successful or not, but people do often ask me, does this stuff really work? I think if you ask yourself that question, that's part of the problem. You now have seen that it works. And I just wanted to share one story with you, and it's not to make you feel bad if you haven't succeeded, but hopefully to give you some inspiration that the process does in fact work. I worked with a guy from Israel, Sean, young guy, 25 years old. Came over here, he said, I don't speak the language well. I would disagree based on the selling that he did. I think he speaks it real well. He had no money. He had failed 2 businesses before. He had a pregnant wife. He had no credit, which is not true. All his credit was bad credit. And so we said, you're going to have to find seller financing. That's what you're going to have to do. So he said, okay. He was working 2 jobs at the time. The second job was an Uber job where he got a fine, had his license essentially suspended, and had to borrow money to get his license back to Uber. So that's how tapped out he was. So he put together a great board, followed the steps again. He ended up finding a seller who would sell, and he had learned a lesson of seller financing, so he asked if he would take back 90%. And the seller said, yeah, I'll take back 90%. So he said, Bruce, I'm screwed. How come? I can't find the 10%. So Dan says this about me all the time, never ask, never get. And he said, why don't I go back and ask for the other 10%? Okay. So he went back. He said as long as 3 days waiting for that. He came back and said, okay, I'll do 100% financing. And then Sean said, I'm still screwed. Now I can't pay the accountants and the lawyers. So, never ask, never get. He went back and said, would you leave $100,000 in the business? And he said, yes, after a while. That's the definition of a motivated seller. The reason he did that was because Sean gave him a tiny slice of the holding company. And he said, your chairman had built a $600 million business before. I think he can do it again. If I can get a little piece of that, that has interest. So I'm a firm believer where there's a will, there's a way. These things work. He ended up, he couldn't get a plane ride because he didn't have the money to go meet with the seller to close the deal. Less than a year later, he calls me. He's done his second deal now. He was calling from a new Mercedes. He was in a custom suit, he told me, and had just taken, because he never took one before, a private plane ride to the next seller. And what he ended up saying was, Dan Pena's methodology changed my life. But to what Dan has said, inspiration or desperation, he said, I am screwed. I have to make this work. And he did. So when I was, a long time ago, I don't know if we can put that slide up, I saw a quote that really did impact me. And it was, imagine if hell was having to watch an endless movie of what your life could have been had you put in the effort to achieve your dreams. To me, over and over watching what could have happened really did have a tremendous impact. So you know what to do, and now I would just encourage you to go do it. Okay, well, thank you. Thank you all.